The ocean is a realm of mystery, a vast, uncharted world where strange and otherworldly creatures lurk beneath the surface, unseen by human eyes. But among the countless creatures that have been catalogued by science, there are others that defy explanation, being so bizarre, so elusive, that they have sparked speculation, fear, and fascination. One of the most unsettling deep-sea enigmas comes from the frigid waters surrounding Antarctica. The Ningen, a creature described as a giant, pale humanoid being, has become the focus of some of the most chilling maritime legends in recent history. It is said to be massive, anywhere from 20 to 100 feet in length, with a smooth, almost featureless white body that blends into the icy waters. Some reports claim that it has a human-like face, complete with eyes and a mouth, while others describe it as having long, grotesque limbs, resembling arms or fins, and sometimes even legs that allow it to move eerily through the depths. The story of the Ningen first surfaced in the early 2000s, when reports began circulating on Japanese online forums. The accounts came from anonymous sources, many of them allegedly crew members on Japanese research vessels and whaling ships that had ventured into the freezing waters of the Southern Ocean. According to these reports, the Ningen was first spotted during routine expeditions, usually at night when the ocean was dark and the air frigid. Sailors would catch glimpses of something massive, pale and undulating just beneath the surface, only for it to disappear before anyone could get a closer look. The encounters varied. Some claim to have seen a giant white shape moving just under the ship, so large that it initially appeared to be an iceberg. Others swore they saw a face, a pair of dark, almost emotionless eyes staring back at them from the abyss. Some reports were even more disturbing, describing limbs reaching out of the water, as if the creature was trying to grasp onto the vessel before vanishing into the depths. The Japanese government has never officially commented on the existence of the Ningen, but rumors have persisted that research teams in Antarctica may have encountered something that defies classification. Some claim that satellite imagery has picked up massive, unidentified shapes moving under the ice, leading to speculation that the Ningen could be a previously undiscovered species, adapted to the extreme cold and hidden from the world. But what could the Ningen actually be? Some researchers believe it might be an unknown species of deep-sea gigantothermic animal, a massive marine creature capable of regulating its body temperature to survive in the icy waters. Others suggest that it could be a type of undiscovered giant ray or a highly evolved form of cephalopod, explaining its strange, limb-like appendages and ability to blend into its surroundings. However, the more unsettling theories go even deeper. Some theorists believe that the Ningen is not merely an animal, but something else entirely, a relic of an ancient past, an unknown life form that has remained hidden beneath the Antarctic ice for millennia. Others have proposed that it could be an extraterrestrial entity, a being that arrived on Earth long ago and found refuge in the uninhabitable depths, where no one would think to look. The idea of strange intelligent life forms lurking beneath the ice of Antarctica is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Scientists have already discovered extremophiles, tiny organisms capable of surviving in the most hostile environments on Earth, including subglacial lakes buried miles beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Some researchers have even suggested that studying these extreme life forms could provide clues about what kind of organisms might exist on other planets, such as the frozen moons of Jupiter and Saturn. If life can exist under miles of ice here on Earth, could it also thrive beneath the Antarctic waters in a form we cannot yet comprehend? The legend of the Ningen took an even stranger turn when alleged leaked photographs and videos began appearing online. These grainy, low-resolution images show massive, white humanoid-like figures moving through the water, their forms blurring into the darkness as if they are almost too large to be real. While skeptics argue that these could simply be hoaxes, misidentified whales, or even illusions caused by light and ice, believers claim that these images are proof that something unnatural is lurking in the Antarctic depths. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Ningen mystery is how little we truly know about the ocean. More than 80% of it remains unexplored, leaving open the very real possibility that strange, undiscovered creatures still roam its waters. While we have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than our own ocean floors, the deep sea remains an abyss of unknown horrors, an uncharted territory where myths and reality blur together. Some even suggest that governments and research organizations may be aware of the Ningen but are deliberately suppressing information. After all, if a massive, unknown life form were discovered in the ocean, it could pose ethical, scientific, and even military questions. What if such a creature were intelligent? What if it had remained hidden for so long because it wanted to? What if humanity was never meant to find it? To this day, the Ningen remains an enigma. There are no official records, no confirmed sightings beyond anecdotal reports, and yet the legend continues to grow. The icy waters of the Antarctic conceal more secrets than we can imagine, and perhaps the Ningen is just one of many undiscovered entities lurking below. It is a reminder that the world beneath the waves is still largely unknown, a place of darkness and mystery where reality bends, and where the line between folklore and fact is razor thin. Maybe the Ningen is out there, watching from the depths, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Or maybe it is just another maritime ghost story, a tale told by sailors to remind us that the ocean is a place beyond human control, a world where monsters, real or imagined, still hold dominion. And so, as the Antarctic waters churn in endless silence, we are left with an unsettling thought. If the Ningen is real, what else is lurking in the deep waiting to be discovered? Part 2. The deep-sea gigantism phenomenon, nature's colossal secrets. The ocean is a world of extremes. In its darkest, most crushing depths, where sunlight has never touched, and where the weight of water would instantly collapse a human body, life has evolved in ways that defy logic. Among the many mysteries of the deep, one of the most perplexing is the phenomenon of deep-sea gigantism, the strange, unexplained tendency of marine creatures to grow to enormous sizes in the abyssal depths of the ocean. Imagine drifting through the inky darkness of the deep sea, where pressure is 1,000 times greater than at the surface, where the water is near freezing, and where the only light comes from the eerie, bioluminescent glow of creatures adapted to live in total darkness. Here, massive forms move silently through the water, giant squid with eyes the size of dinner plates, colossal amphipods scavenging the ocean floor, jellyfish with tentacles that stretch for dozens of feet, and fish with grotesquely large mouths designed to swallow prey whole in a single bite. The most famous example of deep-sea gigantism is the colossal squid, a behemoth of the abyss that can grow up to 46 feet long and whose tentacles are lined with razor-sharp hooks. Unlike the more commonly known giant squid, which is already one of the largest invertebrates on the planet, the colossal squid is even more massive, its body bulkier and more powerful, its limbs thick and muscular, built for crushing its prey in the eternal night of the deep ocean. It is a predator that has almost never been seen alive, with most of our knowledge coming from the battered remains found in the stomachs of sperm whales, suggesting a battle of titans taking place far below the surface. And yet the colossal squid is just one of many impossibly large creatures that call the deep sea home. There is the Japanese spider crab, whose legs can stretch up to 12 feet across, making it the largest known arthropod on Earth. There is the giant isopod, a bloated, prehistoric-looking creature that resembles a massive, armored pillbug, growing to sizes of over 2 feet long, several times larger than its shallow water relatives. Even the humble oarfish, a serpentine leviathan of the depths, can grow to lengths exceeding 50 feet, its shimmering, ribbon-like body undulating through the abyss like a phantom. But why do these creatures grow so large? What is it about the deep ocean that allows or even forces marine life to expand to monstrous proportions? Theories abound, but no one truly knows for certain. Some scientists believe that deep-sea gigantism is an adaptation to the extreme pressures of the ocean depths, with larger bodies providing greater resilience against the crushing forces at play. Others argue that the scarcity of food in the deep sea forces some animals to grow larger in order to become more efficient at storing energy, allowing them to survive for long periods without eating. There is also the temperature hypothesis, which suggests that colder environments slow metabolism, allowing creatures to grow larger over a longer lifespan. Many of the largest deep-sea organisms are incredibly slow-moving, their sluggish metabolisms adapted to an environment where food is rare and survival depends on conservation of energy. A larger body means greater energy efficiency, a stronger ability to withstand starvation, and a higher chance of reproducing before succumbing to the hardships of the deep. Yet, some believe that the answer to deep-sea gigantism may not be purely biological, but evolutionary in ways we cannot yet understand. The ocean is the oldest ecosystem on the planet, a world that existed long before anything walked on land. It is a place where remnants of prehistory still linger, where creatures have survived relatively unchanged for millions of years. Some of these giants may not simply be adaptations to the deep, but rather living fossils, echoes of an ancient past when the world itself was filled with giants. Consider the megalodon, the largest shark to have ever lived, an apex predator that once ruled the oceans, growing up to 60 feet in length with teeth the size of a human hand. Though it has long been considered extinct, some believe that if a creature of such massive proportions could exist once, it is not impossible that something equally as large still lurks in the depths, unseen by human eyes. Could some of the giants of the deep be remnants of an age when monstrous sea creatures were the norm, surviving only because the deep sea provided them refuge from extinction? The stories of enormous, unidentified creatures sighted in the open ocean often fuel speculation that some species of these deep-sea behemoths remain undiscovered, growing in the unexplored chasms of the abyss. Sailors and fishermen have reported seeing massive shadowy shapes moving beneath their boats, too large to be whales, too slow to be sharks, their dark forms disappearing before anyone could get a second look. Even modern sonar scans have occasionally picked up massive, moving anomalies, shapes so large that they defy classification. Could these be undiscovered species of deep-sea giants, still unknown to science? The ocean is a place where even the most fantastical creatures can turn out to be real. Until 2005, scientists did not believe the colossal squid even existed in the vast numbers we now know it does. The discovery of such an immense alien-like predator, living at depths where no human could survive, proved that the deep sea still holds unimaginable secrets. What other giants remain undiscovered, lurking in the trenches and waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? There is also the unnerving possibility that some deep-sea creatures have evolved to sizes we simply do not yet comprehend. The Great Blue Hole of Belize, the Mariana Trench, the unexplored depths of the Pacific, these places are so deep, so vast, that entire ecosystems could exist there, unknown to the surface world. Some scientists believe that in the most extreme depths of the ocean, where pressure is at its highest and food is most scarce, there could be creatures that have adapted in ways we cannot yet imagine. Colossal, slow-moving entities, perhaps resembling massive jellyfish, ancient sea serpents, or even forms of life, unlike anything we have ever encountered before. The deeper we go, the stranger it gets. The fossil record shows that the ocean once housed creatures beyond our wildest imagination: massive armored fish, predatory sea scorpions, and marine reptiles as large as buses. If such creatures once existed in abundance, then why not now? What if in the deepest, most hidden reaches of the ocean, some of these ancient monsters never truly went extinct, but simply retreated into the abyss, far beyond the reach of human exploration? Deep-sea gigantism is a real and scientifically documented phenomenon, but the full extent of its implications remains a mystery. Why do some creatures evolve into giants while others remain small? What unknown behemoths still wait to be discovered? Are we truly prepared for what we might find when we finally reach the last unexplored depths of the ocean? Perhaps the answers are already out there, moving silently in the darkness beneath the waves, watching from the abyss, waiting for the moment when the surface world finally ventures deep enough to uncover them. Until then, the giants of the deep remain an enigma, an unsolved puzzle of evolution, adaptation, and mystery, hidden beneath the crushing pressure of the ocean's eternal silence. Part 3. Eerie, bloop. A sound from the abyss that defies explanation. The ocean is filled with strange and unexplained sounds, creaks and groans from shifting tectonic plates, the haunting calls of deep-diving whales, and the rhythmic pulses of unknown marine life. But among all these sounds, one stands out as one of the greatest oceanic mysteries of modern times. A noise so loud, so vast, and so unlike anything ever recorded that even the most experienced scientists were left without answers. The sound was named the bloop. It was in 1997, deep in the Pacific Ocean, that an array of hydrophones, underwater microphones used by the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, to detect submarine activity and natural marine events, picked up something unlike anything they had ever heard before. The sound was extremely low frequency, incredibly powerful, and covered a range of over 3,000 miles across the ocean. It was so loud that multiple listening stations, spaced thousands of miles apart, detected it almost simultaneously. At first, scientists assumed the bloop was the result of an underwater earthquake or an ice shelf breaking apart, common sources of powerful oceanic sounds. But upon further analysis, it became clear that the bloop did not match the acoustic signature of any known seismic activity. It wasn't a volcanic eruption, nor was it caused by underwater landslides. The sound had a structure to it, an organic quality, something that resembled a living creature rather than a geological event. This led to one of the most unsettling possibilities. Could the bloop have been created by an unknown form of marine life? If so, it would have to be an animal of incomprehensible size, one far larger than even the blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. A creature capable of producing a sound that could travel across an entire ocean would be unlike anything known to science. Speculation grew, and theories began to emerge. Some researchers entertained the idea that the bloop could have been a previously undiscovered deep-sea species, perhaps an enormous squid or a type of colossal fish with an unheard-of vocal range. Others believed it could be a relic from an ancient lineage of marine life, a descendant of the prehistoric sea monsters that once ruled the oceans, surviving undetected in the deep. However, the bloop was detected only once, never to be heard again. This made it even more mysterious. Was it the final call of a massive, unknown creature, or was it something passing through our ocean, something that moved beyond our reach, never to return? While Noah eventually suggested that the bloop was most likely caused by icebergs carving and cracking underwater, many remain unconvinced. The sheer complexity of the sound, its organic nature, and the fact that no similar iceberg-generated noise has matched it exactly have left room for doubt. Could it really have been just a natural phenomenon? Or was something else lurking in the abyss that day, making itself heard before vanishing into the deep forever? Some researchers and oceanographers have drawn parallels between the bloop and other unexplained deep-sea sounds recorded over the years. One such example is the slow down, a sound recorded in 1997 that lasted for several minutes and faded away as if a massive entity was moving through the ocean. There's also the Julia sound, recorded in 1999, which resembled a distorted, otherworldly wail echoing through the water. While some of these sounds have been explained as ice-related events, others remain open-ended mysteries. The idea of a giant, undiscovered marine creature is not as far-fetched as it might seem. The ocean is a vast, alien world, with more than 80% of it still unexplored. Every year, new species are discovered in the deep, some of them with capabilities that challenge what we previously thought possible. The colossal squid was once believed to be a myth, its existence known only through the stories of sailors and the scars found on sperm whales. It wasn't until the 21st century that one was finally captured and studied. What if the bloop was evidence of a creature we have not yet found, one that has evolved in the uncharted regions of the ocean, remaining hidden from human eyes? Beyond the biological explanations, there are those who propose even stranger theories. Some believe that the bloop could have originated from an ancient civilization, a submerged world beneath the ocean, sending out a signal that we accidentally intercepted. There have been countless legends of cities lost to the waves, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, places that, according to myth, once thrived before being swallowed by the sea. Could the bloop have been a technological or biological remnant of one of these lost worlds, a sound from something hidden beneath the depths? Another unsettling theory is the possibility that the bloop was not made by something from Earth at all. The ocean, after all, is the closest thing we have to an extraterrestrial environment right here on our planet. Some researchers suggest that if an advanced non-human intelligence were to observe Earth, they might do so from the deep sea, where human activity is minimal and detection is nearly impossible. If that were the case, then what we heard in 1997 could have been a transmission from something residing in the depths, an echo of intelligence from the unknown. Even more unsettling is the idea that the bloop was not just a single sound, but a signal, a form of communication from something trying to reach out. If so, was it trying to contact us? Was it reaching out to others of its kind? Or was it simply an accident, an unknown species or entity making a noise that we happened to pick up at just the right moment? If it was a biological creature, then why has it never been heard again? Was it the last of its kind, calling out before disappearing forever? Or was it simply passing through, a wandering giant moving through the depths, never staying in one place long enough for us to detect it again? There is something deeply unsettling about the idea that there could be beings in the ocean so vast, so ancient, and so hidden that we do not even know they exist. It is easy to believe that we have catalogued all the major life forms on our planet, but the truth is we have only just begun to scratch the surface. The deep sea is a place of secrets, where time itself seems to move differently, where creatures evolve in ways we cannot yet understand, and where entire ecosystems may thrive far beyond human knowledge. Until the day comes when we can fully explore the depths of our oceans, the mystery of the bloop remains. Perhaps it was just ice breaking apart, a natural sound in a chaotic environment. Or perhaps, just perhaps, it was something else entirely, a voice from the darkness, a call from the abyss, or the echo of something unimaginably vast moving beneath the waves, never to be seen again. Part 4: The Black Demon. A monster lurking in the depths of the Pacific. The ocean has always been a place of fear and fascination, a vast and mysterious expanse, where myths are born and legends refuse to die. Throughout history, sailors and fishermen have spoken of creatures lurking beneath the surface, predators so large and so terrifying that they seem more like nightmares than reality. Among the most chilling of these tales is that of the Black Demon, a monstrous shadowy shark said to roam the waters off the Baja California Peninsula in Mexico. Reports of this enormous dark-colored beast describe it as something far more massive than any known shark species, a black leviathan that moves through the waves like a phantom, appearing suddenly before vanishing into the abyss just as quickly. Those who claim to have encountered it say it resembles a megalodon, a prehistoric predator thought to have been extinct for millions of years, yet somehow still haunting the Pacific. Others believe it is something even stranger, an undiscovered species, or a freakishly large variation of the great white shark. The legend of the Black Demon has persisted for generations, but it was in recent decades that reports surged, as modern fishermen, divers, and boaters began sharing first-hand encounters with the creature. Stories range from brief glimpses of a massive dark shadow moving beneath boats, to terrifying accounts of fishing vessels being rocked violently, as if something unimaginably large was lurking below, testing its strength against human intruders. One of the most well-known accounts comes from a fisherman named Eric Mack, who was out in the waters off Baja California, when he claimed to have seen a massive black shark, easily over 50 feet in length, with a jaw so wide it could swallow a small boat whole. According to Mack, the shark's tail fin alone rose so high above the water that it dwarfed his own vessel, and as it passed beneath him, the sheer force of its wake sent waves crashing against his boat, nearly capsizing it. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen, far larger than any great white, darker in color, and moving with a silent, eerie grace before disappearing into the depths. Skeptics argue that such stories could be exaggerations, that what people are witnessing is merely a large great white shark or a misidentified whale. But there is one unsettling fact that lends credibility to the idea that something enormous could still be out there. The waters around Baja California are some of the most biologically rich and least explored regions of the Pacific Ocean, home to deep trenches and underwater caves that could easily hide creatures beyond our current knowledge. Marine biologists have long debated the possibility that large, unknown species still exist in the deepest parts of the ocean, particularly in places like the Baja California region, where the continental shelf drops off steeply, creating a massive underwater canyon system that remains largely unexplored. Even in recent years, expeditions into the depths have revealed new species of sharks, some of them incredibly elusive, rarely surfacing and avoiding human contact. Could the Black Demon be one of these creatures, an unknown species adapted to the deep, only venturing closer to the surface under rare and specific conditions? The possibility of a surviving population of megalodons has long been debated in scientific circles. The megalodon, one of the largest predatory sharks to have ever lived, was estimated to have grown up to 60 feet long, with teeth the size of human hands and a bite force stronger than that of a T-Rex. Fossil evidence suggests that the species went extinct around 3.6 million years ago, possibly due to climate change, food scarcity or competition with other predators. But what if a small, isolated population somehow survived, adapting to the deep ocean, hunting in the abyss, where sunlight never reaches, only rarely making its presence known? This theory is fueled by strange sightings of abnormally large sharks over the years. In 1918, a group of Australian fishermen refused to return to the waters after witnessing a massive ghostly white shark that they claimed was as big as their boat, a titan that dwarfed anything they had ever seen before. Similarly, in 1959, naval officer David Stead wrote about fishermen encountering a shark so large that it made great whites look small by comparison. More recently, in 2013, a deep-sea submersible recorded a massive great white shark off the coast of Guadalupe Island, a location not far from the Baja California region where the black demon is most frequently reported. The shark, named Deep Blue, was estimated to be over 20 feet long, making it the largest great white shark ever filmed. But some researchers have pointed out that Deep Blue, despite its impressive size, was still a juvenile compared to the monsters described in black demon sightings. If sharks like Deep Blue exist, what else could be lurking in the depths, beyond what we have seen? But what if the black demon isn't a megalodon at all? Some cryptozoologists have theorized that it could be a completely unknown species, a deep-sea shark that rarely comes to the surface, preferring the extreme depths of the Pacific trenches where gigantic species often develop due to deep-sea gigantism. Others have suggested that it could be an ancient holdover from an evolutionary branch of sharks that split off from the known species millions of years ago, surviving in isolation. There is also something deeply unsettling about the black demon's alleged behavior. Unlike most sharks, which are primarily ambush predators and scavengers, the black demon is often described as aggressive, territorial, and seemingly aware of human presence. While most great whites do not go out of their way to attack boats unless provoked, several reports suggest that the black demon actively engages with vessels, circling them in a predatory manner, bumping into them, even shaking them violently, as if testing their strength. What if this creature is not just an undiscovered species, but an apex predator of the deep, one that has learned to associate boats with potential food? There are stories from fishermen who claim that schools of fish will suddenly scatter in panic before the creature appears, as if recognizing the presence of a true oceanic nightmare, something far deadlier than any known predator. If the black demon exists, why haven't more people seen it? The answer may lie in the vastness of the Pacific Ocean itself. The waters off Baja California are remote, sparsely populated, and rarely explored in depth. While great whites are tracked and monitored by marine biologists, a creature that prefers deep water surfacing only rarely could go unnoticed for years, even decades. The legend of the black demon remains one of the most chilling of the modern era. Is it a relic of the past, a surviving megalodon that somehow evaded extinction? A new species, yet to be classified by science, or something even stranger, a predator that has learned to avoid human detection, surfacing only when it chooses, leaving behind nothing but fear and speculation. Whatever the truth may be, one fact remains undeniable: the ocean is still the least explored frontier on Earth, a world where ancient creatures still roam, where shadows in the deep may yet conceal secrets beyond our comprehension. Perhaps the black demon is out there, waiting, watching, slipping between the abyssal trenches, unseen except for the few who have been unlucky enough to catch a glimpse of it before it vanishes once more into the darkness of the sea. Part 5. The immortal jellyfish, a creature that defies death. The ocean is home to some of the most bizarre and seemingly impossible forms of life on the planet, creatures that exist beyond the limits of what we believe biology to be capable of. Some are terrifying in size, others in their predatory efficiency, but among all the creatures that roam the deep, one stands apart, not for its ferocity, not for its size, but for its ability to defy death itself. This is the story of the immortal jellyfish, a creature so strange that it challenges our very understanding of life and mortality. Turritopsis durani, as it is known in the scientific world, is a small, transparent jellyfish, rarely growing larger than the nail on a human thumb. It floats through the ocean unnoticed, indistinguishable from the thousands of other jellyfish species that drift in the currents. But beneath its unassuming appearance lies one of the most incredible biological abilities ever discovered. While all other animals, from the tiniest insects to the largest whales, are bound by the inescapable reality of aging and death, this jellyfish can reverse its own life cycle, effectively making itself biologically immortal. Most jellyfish, like other living organisms, go through a predictable life cycle. They begin as tiny larvae floating in the water before settling onto a surface and transforming into polyps, small, stationary organisms that resemble tiny sea anemones. Over time, these polyps produce free-swimming medusa, the adult jellyfish we are familiar with. Normally, once a jellyfish reaches adulthood, it lives out its short life, reproduces, and eventually dies. But Turritopsis durani does something no other known animal can do. When faced with extreme stress, whether due to starvation, injury, or environmental changes, it reverts itself back to its juvenile state, essentially rewinding the biological clock and beginning its life cycle all over again. Instead of dying, it collapses into a blob of undifferentiated cells, which then reorganize into a new polyp colony, restarting the process. In theory, this cycle can continue indefinitely, allowing the jellyfish to survive forever, bypassing the natural limits of aging that govern all other forms of complex life. This discovery stunned the scientific community. Aging and death have long been considered universal across all multicellular life. Even the longest living creatures, Greenland sharks, bowhead whales, and certain deep-sea corals, eventually succumb to time. But the immortal jellyfish exists outside of this rule, evading death not by resisting it, but by resetting itself before it can occur. The implications of this ability are staggering. Scientists have long sought the secrets of longevity, studying everything from the genetics of long-lived animals to the regenerative abilities of certain amphibians. But Turritopsis durani represents something different, a true form of biological immortality. If we could unlock the mechanisms behind this jellyfish's transformation, could humans one day find a way to stop aging, or even reverse it? Some researchers believe the key lies in cellular reprogramming, a process that allows the jellyfish's adult cells to revert to a more primitive state. Unlike humans, whose cells deteriorate over time due to oxidative stress, DNA damage, and the shortening of telomeres, the immortal jellyfish can seemingly undo the effects of aging at will, returning to a youthful form whenever necessary. This process bears a resemblance to the experiments being conducted in regenerative medicine, where scientists are attempting to reprogram human cells to heal injuries, grow new organs, and potentially extend life. But the mysteries of Turritopsis durani go even deeper. If these jellyfish never truly die of old age, then how long have they been around? Could some individuals be hundreds or even thousands of years old, resetting their life cycles over and over again? And if so, what memories, what experiences might they carry from one cycle to the next? Could there be jellyfish floating in the ocean right now that were alive when ancient civilizations first began? There is another question that haunts those who study this creature. If an animal has the ability to escape death indefinitely, then what does that mean for the balance of the natural world? Most jellyfish live short, ephemeral lives, serving as food for larger marine predators. But what if an ecosystem had a species that never truly died, only grew in numbers, replacing itself indefinitely? Could a population of immortal jellyfish grow so large that it disrupts entire marine food chains? Some scientists speculate that under the right conditions, a bloom of immortal jellyfish could become an ecological nightmare, an unchecked force that multiplies without end, taking up resources while never being removed by natural mortality. If these jellyfish continue reproducing and resetting their own life cycles indefinitely, then in theory, the ocean could one day be dominated by a species that does not die. In some areas, there have already been reports of Turritopsis durani populations spreading at an alarming rate, moving beyond their original habitats and appearing in waters across the globe. Some attribute this to climate change and shifting ocean currents, which have disrupted marine ecosystems in ways we are only beginning to understand. Others believe that as human activity continues to damage marine environments, species like the immortal jellyfish, ones that adapt by surviving rather than dying, may become more prevalent, filling the void left behind by other declining marine life. The idea of an animal that transcends death itself is both fascinating and unsettling. What would it mean if such a creature could pass its abilities on to others? Could there be undiscovered deep-sea species with similar traits, animals we have yet to encounter that may have already found the key to endless life? And if they exist, do we truly want to find them? In mythology, the search for immortality has always come with a price. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to ancient alchemical traditions, humans have long sought the power to live forever, but those who pursued it often found themselves cursed rather than blessed. What if the ocean already holds the secret we have been looking for, hidden in the tiny translucent body of a jellyfish that simply refuses to die? For now, Turritopsis durani continues to drift unnoticed through the water, its secret locked within its fragile glass-like form. It has no brain, no heart, no thoughts as we understand them, and yet it has achieved something we have only dreamed of. It is a quiet witness to the passage of time, a creature that existed before we understood the concept of death, and one that may continue long after humanity is gone. If the immortal jellyfish truly holds the key to stopping aging, then perhaps one day, science will uncover its full potential. But until then, it remains one of the greatest enigmas of the ocean, a living paradox, a creature that defies the fundamental laws of life and death, floating silently through the abyss, waiting for us to understand its secret. Part 6. The Abyssal Giants. Do megafauna still lurk in the deep? The ocean is vast beyond comprehension, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, yet we have explored only a fraction of it. In its deepest and most inhospitable regions, far beyond the reach of sunlight, where the pressure is so intense it would crush a human in an instant, there are secrets that remain hidden. For centuries, stories have persisted about massive unidentified creatures lurking in the abyss, beings so large and elusive that they defy modern science. Could there be undiscovered giants still moving through the unexplored trenches of the deep? Throughout history, sailors and fishermen have returned with tales of monstrous shapes rising from the depths, shadowy forms seen only in fleeting moments before they vanished back into the darkness. Many of these accounts have been dismissed as myths, exaggerations fueled by fear and imagination. But what if some of them were real? What if the deep sea, where gigantism thrives and ancient species survive unchanged for millions of years, still harbors creatures that challenge everything we think we know about marine biology? One of the most compelling arguments for the existence of abyssal megafauna is the fossil record itself. The prehistoric oceans were filled with creatures of unimaginable size. The megalodon, the largest shark to have ever lived, once prowled the seas, reaching lengths of 60 feet or more, capable of devouring whales. The mosasaur, an apex marine reptile from the age of the dinosaurs, could grow over 50 feet long and was one of the most terrifying predators of its time. And then there were the enormous invertebrates, giant sea scorpions, squid-like orthocones, and enormous ammonites, many of which grew to monstrous proportions. These creatures once dominated the oceans, but their disappearance does not necessarily mean that all such giants have vanished. In fact, there is compelling evidence to suggest that some of them, or their descendants, may still exist, hidden in the least explored parts of the sea. Consider the colossal squid. For centuries, stories circulated about immense tentacled creatures attacking ships, dragging sailors into the abyss. These tales were dismissed as nothing more than mariners' folklore, until 2005, when scientists finally captured a living colossal squid. Unlike the giant squid, which had been known since the 19th century, the colossal squid was even more massive, with a bulkier body, enormous eyes, and tentacles lined with hooks instead of simple suckers. It was a creature that had been whispered about for generations, and yet modern science had not confirmed its existence until very recently. This raises an unsettling question: what else might be out there that we have yet to find? If a creature as massive as the colossal squid could go undetected for so long, is it truly so far-fetched to believe that other deep-sea behemoths still exist, waiting to be discovered? One of the most chilling modern mysteries involves massive sonar anomalies recorded in deep ocean trenches. Over the years, various deep-sea exploration missions have picked up strange moving objects on sonar scans, objects that appear far larger than any known species of marine life. Some of these anomalies have been recorded at depths exceeding 20,000 feet, in regions where almost no light penetrates, and where few life forms are known to survive. In 1997, a research vessel exploring the Mariana Trench recorded a large moving object at extreme depths, something that seemed to shift direction before vanishing from the scanners. No known animal is capable of surviving at those depths while displaying such mobility. The official explanation was a false reading caused by thermal layers in the water, but many researchers remain unconvinced. Could this have been evidence of an undiscovered abyssal giant, a deep-sea predator unlike anything we've ever seen? Then there are the mysterious remains occasionally found washed up on shorelines. In 2003, a massive carcass measuring over 40 feet in length washed up on a Chilean beach. At first, marine biologists believed it to be the remains of a decomposed whale, but upon closer inspection, they found that its structure did not match any known species. Its body was composed of a gelatinous mass, with fibrous tissues suggesting an entirely unknown biological makeup. Some proposed that it could be the remains of a giant deep-sea jellyfish, while others speculated that it was something far stranger, possibly a deep-dwelling cephalopod or an unknown species of invertebrate. Similar cases have occurred around the world. In 2018, a massive unidentified sea creature washed ashore in the Philippines, covered in white hair-like filaments. Locals dubbed it the globster and believed it to be a deep-sea creature that had never been documented before. While some scientists claimed it was merely a decomposed whale carcass, its structure was unlike any known cetacean, and the fact that it was covered in hair-like fibers only deepened the mystery. One of the most persistent legends surrounding abyssal megafauna is that of the ningen, an enormous humanoid-like sea creature said to inhabit the Antarctic waters. Descriptions vary, but most accounts describe a pale, ghostly white being, anywhere from 60 to 100 feet long, with human-like arms and a featureless face. The ningen is said to glide through the water with eerie grace, sometimes following ships before diving back into the depths. The first reports surfaced from Japanese research vessels, whose crew members allegedly saw something moving beneath the ice, an impossibly large pale figure that resembled neither a whale nor any known marine animal. Could the ningen be a form of deep-sea gigantism in action, an evolutionary adaptation that has allowed an unknown species to survive in the abyss by taking on an enormous pale, ghost-like form to blend with the ice? Or is it something else entirely, a biological anomaly, a relic of an ancient evolutionary path that diverged millions of years ago, existing beyond human understanding? Many skeptics argue that such creatures could not possibly exist without leaving behind more evidence, that in the age of satellite tracking and deep-sea submersibles, we would have discovered something by now. But would we? The deep ocean is an alien world, one that remains more mysterious than the surface of the moon. There are places so remote, so hostile to human exploration, that an entire ecosystem could exist there, unnoticed and untouched. With each new deep-sea expedition, we discover life forms we never expected, creatures that defy logic, fish that produce their own antifreeze, shrimp that survive on toxic chemicals from hydrothermal vents, and jellyfish that can glow in complete darkness. What else might be waiting in the deep hidden beyond our reach? If abyssal giants exist, then perhaps they are not simply undiscovered but intentionally elusive, surviving in the deepest and most remote places precisely because those locations offer them protection from the surface world. The greatest predators of the past, the megalodons, the mosasaurs, the massive cephalopods that once ruled the seas, did not all disappear overnight. Some may have simply retreated into the abyss, evolving in isolation, slipping away into the depths where no light reaches and no human interference disturbs their ancient dominion. For now, they remain just a whisper in the darkness, a shadow on a sonar screen, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. But the ocean does not give up its secrets easily. And perhaps the greatest of its secrets are still out there, moving silently through the abyss, watching from the depths, waiting for the day when the surface world finally dares to seek them out. Part 7. The Ghost Ships of the Deep. Abandoned Vessels and Vanishing Crews. The ocean is a graveyard of forgotten ships, their skeletal remains scattered across the seabed like tombstones marking the tragedies of those lost to the waves. Some are relics of wars, others victims of storms or mechanical failure. But among them are the ones that defy explanation. Ghost ships, vessels found drifting aimlessly, their crews mysteriously vanished without a trace. These are not myths or legends, but real-life mysteries, cases where ships have been discovered completely intact, yet not a single soul remains aboard. What could explain these eerie disappearances? Is it the work of pirates, rogue waves, or something even stranger, an unseen force pulling sailors from their ships, leaving nothing behind but silence and an empty deck? One of the most famous cases of a ghost ship is that of the Mary Celeste, a merchant vessel discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. The ship was in near-perfect condition, its cargo untouched, food still laid out on tables, the lifeboat missing, but no sign of struggle or foul play. It was as if the crew had simply walked off into the sea, abandoning a fully functioning ship without any clear reason. Theories ranged from mutiny to storms, but none could fully explain why experienced sailors would abandon a seaworthy ship. Some suggested a sudden panic, perhaps from water spouts or fear of an explosion from alcohol vapors stored in the hold. but there was no definitive answer. Then there is the case of the MV Joyita, a fishing and cargo ship found abandoned in the Pacific Ocean in 1955. When it was discovered, it was heavily damaged and partially flooded, but still afloat, yet not a single one of the 25 crew members was ever found. The lifeboats were missing, and strange details added to the mystery. The ship's radio was tuned to an emergency frequency, bloodstains were found on deck, and the clocks on board had all stopped at the same time. Despite extensive searches, the crew was never found, and their fate remains one of the greatest maritime enigmas in history. But these are only a few of the many documented ghost ships throughout history. As we look deeper, the mystery only grows. There are cases where ships vanish entirely, only to reappear in distant locations, their crews gone, and no clear explanation as to what happened in the time they were missing. The Kaz II, an Australian catamaran, was found in 2007 floating aimlessly off the coast of Queensland. On board, everything was in its place. The engine was running, food was set out as if it had just been prepared. Even a laptop was open and turned on, but the three-man crew was nowhere to be found. There were no signs of struggle, no distress calls, and the boat was in perfect condition, yet not a single trace of the missing men was ever recovered. Could rogue waves be responsible? Some scientists argue that a freak wave, capable of forming without warning, could have swept the entire crew overboard. But that does not explain why no one tried to climb back aboard, why no life vests were missing, or why the ship remained steady in the water. Perhaps more chilling are the reports of ships appearing decades after they had vanished, sometimes in locations thousands of miles from where they were last seen. One such case is that of the SS Orang Medan, a Dutch freighter that supposedly sent out a distress signal in 1948, a cryptic message that read, "All officers including the captain are dead lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead." This was followed by another chilling transmission, two final words, "I die." When rescuers arrived, they found the Orang Medan adrift, with every crew member dead, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, and no clear cause of death. Even more strangely, when salvage crews attempted to tow the ship, it suddenly exploded and sank into the depths, taking its secrets with it. To this day, no one knows what happened aboard the Orang Medan, and some even question whether it existed at all, as its records remain elusive. Could these ghost ships be victims of natural phenomena we have yet to understand? Some have speculated that pockets of methane gas released from the ocean floor could be responsible, creating a scenario where an entire crew is poisoned or asphyxiated, only for the gas to dissipate before rescuers arrive. Others suggest that powerful infrasound, low-frequency sound waves that can cause nausea, fear, and even hallucinations, might have driven sailors into a panic, causing them to abandon ship in a confused state. But there are even stranger theories. Some believe these disappearances are linked to electromagnetic anomalies, similar to those attributed to the Bermuda Triangle, where instruments fail, and reality itself seems to bend. Could some unknown force be responsible for ships being taken, perhaps not physically, but through an event that distorts space and time? And then there are the folkloric explanations. The idea that something in the deep, something vast and ancient, may have taken these sailors, plucking them from their ships without a sound. Some cultures tell stories of sea spirits and entities that claim the lives of those who venture too far, beings that do not leave evidence of their presence, only an eerie emptiness where life once was. In recent years, ghost ships have not stopped appearing. In 2018, a mysterious ship washed up on the coast of Myanmar, a cargo vessel completely intact, yet with no crew and no identifying marks. It had seemingly drifted across the ocean, unnoticed, for years, yet no country claimed it, and no missing ship reports matched its description. Perhaps one of the strangest and most unsettling aspects of ghost ships is not just the mystery of where the crews went, but the absolute silence that accompanies these discoveries. A fully functioning ship, abandoned, untouched by time, gives off a presence unlike anything else. There is an unnatural stillness, as if the vessel itself knows it has been forsaken, a floating tomb adrift with no one to guide it. The ocean is vast, its depths holding mysteries beyond imagination. If ghost ships are merely the result of human tragedy, storms, mechanical failures, or panic, why do they so often defy logic? Why do some appear years after vanishing, thousands of miles from where they were last seen? Why do some hold no sign of struggle, no distress calls, no evidence of anything at all. Could it be that we are missing something greater, a force beyond our understanding that occasionally takes its toll on those who dare to sail too far into the unknown? And if so, where do these lost sailors go, and why are they never found? Perhaps the ocean does not always give up its dead. Perhaps some are claimed by something else, something that does not leave bodies, does not leave wreckage, only silence, an empty ship floating on the endless waves, waiting for someone to find it, waiting for the next story to be written into the great unsolved history of the sea. Part 8. The deep sea's living fossils, creatures that should be extinct. The ocean is often described as a time capsule, a world that has remained largely unchanged while the surface of the Earth has been reshaped by time, climate shifts and human civilization. Beneath the waves, there exist creatures that have outlived mass extinctions, survived the rise and fall of entire species, and persisted for millions, sometimes even hundreds of millions of years unchanged. They are often referred to as living fossils, biological remnants of ancient eras, existing in the modern world as if time itself had ignored them. But while some of these creatures, such as the coelacanth or the horseshoe crab, are well documented, there are persistent rumors and unexplained sightings suggesting that even larger, more monstrous relics of the past may still be lurking in the ocean's abyssal depths. Could it be possible that some creatures believed to have gone extinct millions of years ago still remain, hidden in the vast and unexplored regions of the deep sea? One of the most fascinating cases of a living fossil discovery is that of the coelacanth, a fish thought to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, alongside the dinosaurs. Paleontologists had long believed that this primitive lobe-finned fish had disappeared during the Great Extinction that wiped out most of life on Earth. That is, until 1938, when a fisherman off the coast of South Africa hauled up a strange blue-scaled fish with fleshy limb-like fins, unlike anything seen in modern times. When scientists examined the specimen, they realized with shock that it was a coelacanth, a species that should not have existed in the modern era. The discovery of the coelacanth shattered scientific assumptions about extinction and survival. If a species could persist for tens of millions of years completely undetected, then what else might still be out there, waiting to be rediscovered? This question has led many researchers and cryptozoologists to speculate about other prehistoric creatures that may have survived in the ocean's depths. Among the most frequently discussed is the megalodon, a massive prehistoric shark that grew up to 60 feet long, possessing teeth the size of a human hand and an estimated bite force stronger than that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. For decades, scientists have argued that the megalodon went extinct around 3.6 million years ago, likely due to climate change and a decline in food sources. Yet, strange and unexplained sightings continue to emerge from the world's oceans. There are accounts from fishermen who claim to have seen immense dark shadows moving beneath their boats, far larger than any known shark. Some submarines have reported sonar anomalies, huge moving objects, larger than even the biggest great white sharks, vanishing into the abyss before they can be properly identified. One of the most chilling pieces of evidence comes from a deep-sea camera expedition conducted near the Mariana Trench. The footage, which surfaced in 2013, appeared to show a colossal shark moving past the camera, its sheer size dwarfing everything around it. Scientists initially dismissed it as an illusion of scale, or a particularly large great white, but many viewers pointed out that the shark's proportions did not match any known species. Could it be that a small, isolated population of megalodons still exists, hunting in the deep, surfacing only rarely? Another deep-sea mystery involves the prehistoric-looking frilled shark, a bizarre creature that resembles something out of a horror film. With its elongated eel-like body, rows of razor-sharp teeth, and prehistoric origins, the frilled shark is one of the closest living relatives of the ancient sharks that once dominated the oceans. This species rarely comes to the surface, spending most of its time in deep cold waters, only revealing itself when caught by accident in fishing nets. In 2007, a Japanese fishing crew managed to capture a live frilled shark, an event that startled marine biologists. The shark looked like something that belonged in the Paleozoic era, not the modern world. Could this be evidence that even stranger, more ancient sharks still lurk in the depths, waiting to be discovered? Beyond sharks, there are even more bizarre candidates for possible living fossils. One such example is the Triassic kraken, a speculative creature that some paleontologists believe may have existed based on strange fossil formations found in Nevada. These fossils, belonging to large marine reptiles known as ichthyosaurs, appear to have been arranged in patterns suggesting that a massive intelligent cephalopod was responsible. Some researchers believe this could be evidence of a gigantic prehistoric squid-like creature that may still exist in the deepest parts of the ocean. If giant cephalopods existed in the past, could some of them still be alive today? In 2016, a research team exploring the Gulf of Mexico captured footage of a massive, unknown squid-like entity, its tentacles stretching into the dark as it moved past their submersible. Scientists were unable to identify the species, but some believed it could be a new type of deep-sea cephalopod, perhaps even an unknown descendant of the monstrous krakens of ancient legend. Then there is the bizarre case of the prehistoric shark caught by a Russian fishing vessel in 2015. This creature, described as having translucent gelatinous skin, an elongated body, and an alien-like face, bore almost no resemblance to any known species of shark. When photographs surfaced, many marine biologists were stunned. Some suggested it could be a new species that had never been documented before, while others speculated that it might be a relic from an ancient lineage of deep-sea predators. But perhaps the strangest possibility of all is that the deep ocean may hold species even older than the dinosaurs, creatures that have survived mass extinctions by remaining hidden in the world's most extreme environments. Could there be marine reptiles, ancient predatory fish, or even completely unknown species waiting in the uncharted abyss? Scientists now estimate that over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored, with vast trenches, deep-sea canyons, and hydrothermal vent systems that have never been seen by human eyes. In these regions, the rules of evolution may work differently, allowing species to survive in isolation, untouched by the natural pressures that drive extinction on the surface. Every year, marine biologists discover new species of deep-sea creatures, some of which resemble prehistoric animals, others so strange that they seem to belong to an entirely different world. What if some of these discoveries are just the beginning? What if lurking in the blackness of the ocean's greatest depths, there are creatures that have been here since the dawn of life itself, waiting, unchanged, unseen and beyond our current understanding? The coelacanth taught us that extinction is not always final. The deep-sea cephalopods remind us that intelligent predators can exist in complete secrecy for millions of years. And the unexplained shadows, the strange sonar anomalies, and the washed-up remains of impossibly large marine creatures hint at the possibility that our understanding of the ocean is still incomplete. Perhaps we have not discovered everything yet. Perhaps the true living fossils, the ancient monsters that ruled the prehistoric seas, never truly left us at all. They are simply waiting far below, in the cold, crushing depths of the abyss, where time itself seems to have stopped. Part 9. The deep-sea giants that shouldn't exist. The deeper we descend into the ocean, the further we step into an alien world, a place where the ordinary rules of biology begin to break down. Here, in the abyssal plains and trenches, life has evolved under conditions so extreme that many species appear more like creatures from another planet than anything we know from the surface. But among the countless strange beings that inhabit the depths, there are some that stand apart, not just because of their bizarre adaptations, but because of their sheer size. In the crushing darkness of the deep, where sunlight never penetrates and food is scarce, the natural assumption would be that animals should be small, fragile, and sparsely populated. Yet time and again, we find evidence that the opposite is true. The deep sea is home to some of the largest creatures on Earth, behemoths that stretch far beyond what should be possible, as if the abyss itself has given rise to giants that defy evolutionary logic. One of the most well-documented examples of deep-sea gigantism is the colossal squid, a species so rarely seen that it was once thought to be nothing more than a myth. Unlike its slightly smaller cousin, the giant squid, which has been known since the 19th century, the colossal squid was not confirmed by science until 2007, when a massive specimen was caught by a fishing vessel in the Antarctic. What makes the colossal squid so terrifying is not just its size. It can reach up to 45 feet in length, but its entirely unique adaptations. Unlike other squid, it has rotating hooks on its tentacles, making it a far more formidable predator than its already fearsome relatives. It also possesses the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, each the size of a dinner plate, adapted to detect the faintest traces of movement in the pitch-black waters where it hunts. What does a creature like this feed on? The scars found on sperm whales, the colossal squid's only known predator, suggest that these battles in the deep must be violent beyond comprehension. Sperm whales often bear deep circular wounds from the colossal squid's hooks, indicating that these creatures do not go down without a fight. And yet, despite their massive size and these signs of struggle, no human has ever seen a fully grown colossal squid alive in its natural habitat. This raises a troubling question. If a predator of this magnitude can remain almost entirely unseen, what else could be hiding in the deep? Some of the largest marine creatures on record have been encountered by accident, their existence hinted at only through partial remains, blurred sonar images, or fleeting glimpses by sailors and deep-sea researchers. In 2014, a Japanese deep-sea probe recorded a massive eel-like shape moving through the trench system near the Pacific Rim, its silhouette stretching an estimated 80 feet, far larger than any known deep-sea fish. Then there are the reports from submarine crews, particularly those operating in the depths of the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, who have logged encounters with impossibly large moving sonar readings, objects that seem to travel at depths far greater than even the largest whales can survive. Some of these objects have been described as hundreds of feet in length, with appendages that seem to move like tentacles or fins, yet no confirmed identification has ever been made. One of the most chilling discoveries in recent years occurred off the coast of South Africa in 2018, when a research team exploring the deep-sea canyons near Cape Point found what appeared to be the skeletal remains of a massive unknown fish-like creature. The bones, partially fossilized, suggested a length of at least 60 feet, but its skull structure did not match any known species, past or present. Some suggested it could have been a previously unknown species of deep-sea shark, while others speculated that it might belong to a relic species that had somehow avoided extinction. This discovery echoes similar finds throughout history. In the 1950s, whale hunters in the Pacific reported harpooning an enormous, unidentified sea creature that resembled a prehistoric marine reptile, though they were unable to recover its remains. Even earlier, in the 1800s, sailors frequently described seeing massive serpentine creatures rising from the waves, often dismissing them as exaggerated sailors' tales. But with each new deep-sea expedition, those ancient stories are beginning to seem less like myth and more like lost pieces of a biological puzzle we have yet to solve. One of the most mysterious cases of a deep-sea giant occurred in the Bermuda Triangle, where an oil rig in the 1960s captured sonar images of a large moving object at a depth of over 20,000 feet. The shape appeared to be over 100 feet long, with no known species matching its size or movement pattern. This incident has fueled speculation about undiscovered deep-sea predators, leading some to believe that the true leviathans of the ocean are yet to be found. Could these creatures be survivors from a lost age, remnants of an era when the ocean was ruled by giants? The idea may sound far-fetched, but the discovery of the coelacanth in 1938 proved that entire lineages of ancient creatures can persist undetected for millions of years. If a fish thought to have gone extinct 66 million years ago can turn up alive and well, what else might be lurking in the deepest corners of the sea? Deep-sea gigantism is not a rare phenomenon. Many species that dwell in the abyss grow to enormous sizes compared to their shallow water relatives. The Japanese spider crab, for example, has a leg span of over 12 feet, dwarfing other crabs. The giant isopod, a deep-sea relative of the pillbug, can grow to the size of a house cat. Even common species like squid and jellyfish often reach unusual proportions in the deep, where the lack of predation pressure and the slow metabolic rates of abyssal creatures allow for lifespans far beyond those of their surface-dwelling relatives. This means that the deep sea is not just capable of supporting large creatures, it actually encourages their growth. If that is the case, then what is the true upper limit of size in the deep? If colossal squid, massive sharks, and giant eel-like creatures exist, could there be even larger beings, hidden in the most remote trenches, only surfacing when absolutely necessary? For now, all we have are fragmented clues, sonar readings that suggest impossibly large moving entities, fossil remains that hint at something bigger than we currently know, and occasional glimpses of shadowy shapes vanishing into the darkness before they can be properly identified. But as technology advances, and as we begin to send more exploratory missions to the deepest parts of the ocean, we may soon find answers to questions that have haunted sailors, scientists, and explorers for centuries. What lies at the bottom of the ocean? What creatures move through the darkness, unseen, unknown, waiting? And most unsettling of all, what if the largest animals on Earth are the ones we have yet to find? Part 10. The Abyssal Beacons, Mysterious Lights in the Deep. For as long as humans have explored the ocean, they have encountered something unsettling, lights where no lights should be. Strange glowing beacons appearing in the depths, blinking in patterns, illuminating the water in eerie, unnatural ways. At first, these were dismissed as nothing more than bioluminescent sea creatures, the natural glow of jellyfish, or the flashing of deep-sea squid. But as reports continued to surface, it became apparent that something far stranger was occurring. These lights did not move like known marine life. They did not drift with the current, nor did they flicker in a way consistent with organic bioluminescence. Instead, they seemed to be controlled, structured, intelligent, almost mechanical. The first documented case of mysterious underwater lights came from sailors in the 1800s, who described long glowing bands beneath their ships, stretching for miles. Some described them as underwater lightning, pulses of white and blue light that shimmered in the abyss before vanishing. Others claimed the lights would rise from the deep, hover just beneath the surface, and then disappear as if descending back into the darkness. In modern times, deep-sea submersibles and military vessels have encountered these lights at depths where no sunlight can penetrate, in regions where no known life form should be capable of generating such intense brightness. The reports are chillingly similar: clusters of lights, blinking in patterns, moving independently from the ocean's currents. One of the most famous recorded instances took place in 1963, when a US Navy submarine was conducting routine exercises off the coast of Puerto Rico. The submarine, moving at a depth of over 800 feet, detected an unknown object following it at incredible speeds. The object appeared as a bright light on sonar, traveling at over 150 knots, far faster than any known submarine or marine animal. It moved with intention, circling the vessel before abruptly shooting downward into the abyss. The crew was left shaken, unable to explain what they had just witnessed. Then there is the case of the bioluminescent wheels, seen by deep-sea fishermen and sailors in the Indian Ocean, massive spinning circles of light, rotating silently beneath the waves. These wheels are not just faint, natural glows, they are enormous, sometimes spanning over 200 feet in diameter, their radiance visible from the decks of passing ships. They appear suddenly, spinning as if they are some kind of deep-sea machinery, only to fade without a trace. Some researchers suggest these are caused by bioluminescent plankton, reacting to turbulence in the water, but that theory does not explain why the patterns appear so precisely geometric, or why some of the lights appear to move against the current. The most unsettling encounters with deep-sea lights come from submarine crews operating in the deepest parts of the ocean. In 1972, a Soviet submarine patrolling in the Pacific reported seeing a line of glowing objects, spaced evenly apart, descending into a trench at a depth of over 20,000 feet. The lights, which appeared as spherical orbs, pulsing in rhythm, seemed to be moving with purpose, as if part of some unknown process occurring deep beneath the surface. The Soviet military classified the incident, but whispers of unidentified submerged objects, USOs, being detected in deep waters persisted among naval circles. More recently, in 2014, a deep-sea research drone off the coast of Japan recorded a glowing blue structure on the ocean floor. The footage, later analyzed by marine biologists, showed an array of lights forming a symmetrical pattern, something no known marine species is capable of producing. Some argued it could be the result of naturally occurring bioluminescent bacteria, but the structure was too complex, the lights too perfectly arranged, leading some to speculate that this could be evidence of an unknown deep-sea phenomenon, or something else entirely. Could it be that there are unknown life forms in the deep capable of producing light in ways we do not yet understand? The deep sea is already home to creatures that defy expectation: anglerfish with bioluminescent lures, jellyfish that produce flashing red pulses, squid that can emit glowing clouds of light to confuse predators. But what if some deep-sea organisms have evolved to use bioluminescence as a means of communication, or even as a form of complex intelligence, something beyond what we have previously believed possible? Another disturbing theory, suggests that some of these lights may not be biological at all. Some scientists have speculated about the presence of deep-sea geothermal activity, where certain mineral-rich hydrothermal vents might emit light due to extreme chemical reactions. But these glowing vents would remain stationary, unlike the moving, shifting, almost intelligent lights that have been repeatedly reported by submarines and researchers. A more speculative idea suggests that the lights are not of earthly origin, but rather evidence of unknown technology operating deep beneath the ocean. Many of the most famous sightings of unidentified flying objects, UFOs, throughout history have been closely linked to bodies of water, leading some to wonder if the true mystery does not lie in the sky, but rather in the ocean itself. Could it be possible that some of these deep-sea lights belong to vehicles or objects beyond our understanding, operating where humans are least likely to look? There are other anomalies that support this idea. Satellite imagery of Earth at night often reveals unexplained patches of glowing light in the middle of the ocean, in regions where no human settlements or ships should be. Some of these patches remain in place for hours or even days, before suddenly vanishing. The official explanation is that these are massive schools of bioluminescent fish, yet no recorded instance of a school large enough to produce that kind of glow has ever been observed. The deep-sea lights remain one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ocean. They move where they should not. They appear in places where no natural source of light exists. They blink in ways that suggest deliberate control, and sometimes they follow vessels before vanishing without a trace. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these encounters is their sheer inconsistency. The lights do not appear regularly, nor do they behave in predictable ways. Some are single, drifting beacons, others are structured patterns, and some seem to react to the presence of nearby ships or submarines. If these were simple bioluminescent organisms, why do they appear so selectively, and why do they vanish so completely? What is truly hiding in the depths? Is it some unknown form of intelligence, something that has existed in the deep long before humans ever began exploring the ocean? Or is it merely a natural phenomenon that we have yet to understand, something beyond our current grasp of marine biology? For now, the lights remain one of the ocean's most unnerving mysteries, silent, flickering signals from the abyss, waiting for an answer that has yet to come.
Part 11. The Hollow Earth and the Ocean's Deepest Entrances. The idea that the Earth is hollow, or that it contains vast unexplored caverns stretching beneath the crust, is an old one, an ancient theory that has persisted through mythology, literature, and even scientific speculation. Though modern geology tells us that the Earth's core is a molten mass, strange anomalies continue to fuel the idea that there may be more to our planet's interior than we currently understand. And if there were entrances to these deep hidden worlds, where would they be? Some researchers and explorers believe that the deepest trenches of the ocean may hold the answers. Throughout history, there have been stories of vast subterranean worlds, often populated by unknown beings, ancient civilizations, or creatures lost to time. Many of these legends center around cave systems or polar entrances, but there is one critical flaw in these theories. The vast majority of the Earth's surface is covered by water, and the deepest places on our planet lie beneath the ocean. If there were hidden entrances to an underground world, they would most likely be found not in remote mountain ranges or icy wastelands, but in the depths of the sea. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kermadec Trench are some of the deepest places known to humankind, plunging more than 36,000 feet into darkness. These are regions that have barely been explored, where pressures are so intense that even the most advanced submersibles struggle to operate. And yet, despite these extreme conditions, there are reports of anomalies, unexplained structures, unusual sonar readings, and movements that suggest something more than just the shifting of tectonic plates. In 1997, the bloop, one of the loudest underwater sounds ever recorded, was detected by NOAA hydrophones in the Pacific Ocean. The sound, which was unlike anything ever recorded before, did not match the acoustic profile of any known marine animal or geological event. Some scientists believe it was caused by a massive unknown sea creature, while others speculate that it could have originated from a large, undiscovered cavern deep within the ocean floor, where air pockets or geothermal activity might have created a noise unlike anything encountered before. But the most unsettling possibility is that the bloop was not a natural phenomenon at all, but rather the sound of something moving, something vast, something hidden. Other strange sounds have been recorded in the deep. In 2016, an underwater probe detected what sounded like metallic hammering deep within the Puerto Rico Trench. Researchers initially assumed it must have been caused by natural seismic activity, but the rhythmic nature of the sound, as if something was striking rock or metal with precision, led to alternative theories. Could it have been a natural phenomenon, or was it evidence of some unknown force or entity operating in the depths? Then there are the sonar anomalies, objects detected at impossible depths, sometimes appearing stationary, other times moving at speeds that defy conventional explanation. Submarine crews have repeatedly reported sonar readings of structures on the ocean floor that do not match natural formations. Some of these formations appear to be perfectly symmetrical, rising from the seabed like artificial buildings, only to vanish from sonar scans without a trace. Could these be entrances to vast underground chambers, hidden far beneath the sea? In 2012, a research expedition in the South Sandwich Trench detected a massive void beneath the ocean floor, a space so large that it defied conventional geological models. The cavity, which appeared completely empty on sonar scans, was dismissed as an anomaly, yet no clear explanation was ever given. If underground caverns of this magnitude exist beneath the ocean, how many more might there be, hidden away in the deepest, most inaccessible regions of the world? Ancient myths tell of underwater cities, vast lost civilizations that sank beneath the waves, while most of these tales, like the legend of Atlantis, are dismissed as allegories. Some researchers wonder if they could be distorted memories of real events, memories of civilizations that once thrived, not just on the surface, but beneath the earth itself. One of the most persistent theories suggests that deep-sea trenches could lead to underground reservoirs, massive air-filled caverns warmed by geothermal vents, where unique ecosystems might exist. Could it be possible that certain species have evolved in total isolation, creating life forms unlike anything known to science? Some have even speculated that humans might not be the first intelligent species to exist on Earth, and that remnants of an ancient civilization, one that retreated underground long before recorded history, could still be hidden within these subterranean oceans. In 2021, deep-sea probes detected anomalous heat signatures rising from the Peru-Chile Trench, in a region where no volcanic activity had been recorded. The heat patterns were strangely uniform, suggesting a possible hidden energy source beneath the ocean floor. Some speculated that this could be evidence of an underground geothermal system, while others suggested something far stranger. Could it be a sign of an artificial power source, something not naturally occurring? The idea of deep-sea trenches acting as entrances to a hidden world might sound far-fetched, but there are unexplained occurrences that continue to support the theory. In the Arctic, sonar scans have detected unusual voids beneath the ice-covered ocean floor, empty spaces where there should be solid rock. Some scientists believe these are the result of underwater lava tubes, tunnels created by ancient volcanic activity. But others wonder, if the ocean can hide entire mountain ranges, entire ecosystems we have yet to discover, what else might it be hiding? One of the most mysterious reports of unexplained deep-sea activity comes from a 1989 Russian submarine patrol, which claimed to have detected a massive moving object beneath the Antarctic Ocean, traveling at speeds far beyond anything known to exist underwater. The object, which appeared as a glowing blue mass on sonar, vanished before it could be identified, but it was not the first time such an event had been recorded. Similar incidents had been logged by Soviet submarines throughout the 1970s and 1980s, always in remote areas of the ocean where few human vessels dared to venture. Some Russian naval officers believed these anomalies were evidence of hidden underwater bases, deep-sea structures operating beyond the reach of modern technology. The more we explore the ocean, the more we realize how little we truly understand. Every deep-sea expedition uncovers new species, new geological formations, and new mysteries that defy explanation. Could it be that our understanding of the Earth's structure is incomplete? That the planet we think we know is hiding something vast beneath its surface? For now, the answers remain elusive. But with every new anomaly detected, every unexplained sonar reading, and every strange sound echoing from the abyss, the possibility that something is waiting below grows harder to ignore. Perhaps the entrances to a hidden world are not in the mountains, or in the ice, or even on land. Perhaps they have been beneath the ocean this entire time, waiting concealed by the depths, beyond the reach of human discovery. Part 12. The Vanishing Ships, Ghost Vessels and Lost Expeditions of the Deep. The ocean holds many secrets, but few are as haunting as the stories of ships that set sail and were never seen again. Throughout history, vessels have disappeared into the vastness of the sea, leaving behind nothing but speculation, unanswered questions, and chilling legends. Some vanish without a trace, others reappear, adrift, empty, abandoned, devoid of their crew as if swallowed by some unseen force. These are not mere legends. These disappearances happen often enough that entire regions of the world have become infamous for them, none more so than the Bermuda Triangle, where ships and planes alike have been lost under circumstances that defy logic. But strange vanishings are not exclusive to this one infamous stretch of ocean. The deep waters of the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic Oceans all have their own ghostly mysteries, stories of vessels that have slipped beneath the waves, sometimes reappearing decades later, sometimes never returning at all. One of the most disturbing maritime disappearances is that of the MV Joy d'Or, a merchant vessel that vanished in 1955 while en route from Samoa to the Tokelau Islands. The ship, carrying 25 people and a cargo of medical supplies, was due to arrive within 2 days. It never did. 5 weeks later, the Joy d'Or was found drifting over 600 miles off course, half submerged but still afloat. Its cargo was gone, along with the crew, lifeboats, and logbook. The radio had been tuned to an emergency distress channel, but its wires were cut. Bloodstains were found in the cabin. Yet, there were no bodies, no clues, nothing to explain what had happened to those aboard. Theories ranged from piracy to mutiny, from a storm to a sudden, inexplicable panic. But there was one disturbing detail that made the mystery even stranger. The Joy d'Or had been deemed unsinkable due to its sturdy construction. There was no reason for the crew to abandon it. It was still floating, even after weeks at sea. So why had they left? And if they had, where had they gone? No wreckage of lifeboats was ever found, no remains were ever recovered. It was as if the crew had been plucked from the ship and erased from existence. Then there is the case of the Mary Celeste, a ship found adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. It was fully intact, with supplies still in place, the cargo untouched, and no signs of a struggle. The only thing missing was the crew. There were no distress signals, no damage to suggest a sudden calamity, and no reason why the sailors would have abandoned a perfectly seaworthy ship. To this day, no one knows what happened to them. The Mary Celeste became one of the most famous maritime mysteries of all time, a ghost ship that defied every rational explanation. Other disappearances are even more baffling. In 1953, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulfur, vanished in the Gulf of Mexico. The ship sent no distress call, no wreckage was found. It was as if it had been erased from existence. Similar stories haunt the Devil's Sea, a region of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Japan, where entire fleets of fishing boats have disappeared without a single piece of debris ever washing ashore. Japanese legends speak of dragons beneath the sea, great beasts that pull ships into the depths, but modern accounts are no less unsettling. Some who have survived encounters in the Devil's Sea report unusual magnetic disturbances, strange lights beneath the water, and the eerie sensation of being watched. In more recent times, there have been reports of ships that seem to have vanished only to reappear decades later, drifting silently across the water. One such case is that of the SS Orang Midian, a Dutch vessel that was found in 1948 in the Strait of Malacca, with every crew member dead, frozen in place, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide with terror. The radio operator, found with his hands still on the transmitter, had managed to send out a final message before perishing. All officers, including the captain, now dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. A second transmission followed shortly after. 2 simple words, "I die." When rescue teams boarded the ship, they found no signs of struggle, no blood, no wounds, nothing that indicated an attack or accident. And yet, every single crew member was dead, their bodies eerily intact, but frozen in expressions of unimaginable horror. Stranger still, before the ship could be towed to port, it suddenly caught fire and exploded, sinking into the sea and taking its secrets with it. Speculation ran wild. Some believed it was a case of poisonous gas exposure, others suggested a supernatural force at play. There were even theories of secret chemical weapons, an unregistered cargo of experimental toxins that had somehow leaked and killed the crew. But to this day, there is no official explanation for what happened aboard the unexplored. The case remains one of the most chilling maritime mysteries ever recorded. But perhaps the most disturbing of all are the stories of phantom ships, vessels that are seen for moments before vanishing completely. Some sailors tell of giant rusted freighters appearing suddenly in the fog, with no signs of life, only to disappear the moment they are approached. Others claim to have seen strange glowing ships moving silently through the water at impossible speeds, as if belonging to another world entirely. One of the most well-known of these legends is that of the Flying Dutchman, a ship cursed to sail the seas forever, never able to make port, its ghostly crew doomed to an eternity of wandering. While most dismiss it as mere folklore, accounts of mysterious ships appearing and vanishing without explanation continue to this day. Could these sightings be glimpses of vessels that have somehow slipped through time, appearing in our world before vanishing back into the unknown? Modern technology has done little to quell these mysteries. In 2018, satellite imaging detected a massive cargo ship in the middle of the Atlantic, one that had no registered tracking information, no crew activity, and no response to attempts at contact. It was a vessel that officially did not exist, and before authorities could investigate further, it simply vanished from radar. Are these disappearances the result of natural phenomena, rogue waves, undersea earthquakes, and sudden storms claiming unsuspecting ships? Or is there something else at work in the deep, something we do not yet understand? Could there be forces beneath the ocean capable of removing entire vessels from existence, as if pulling them into some unknown dimension, some abyss from which there is no return? The mystery of the ocean's vanishing ships is one that continues to haunt sailors, researchers, and those who dare to venture into the vast, uncharted waters. Perhaps one day, the missing will return. Or perhaps the sea will keep its secrets, just as it always has. A graveyard of lost vessels, drifting forever in the deep.
Part 13. The Deep Sea Hum. Sounds from the abyss that shouldn't exist. For centuries, the ocean has been a place of mystery, a vast and silent world that hides its secrets well. But sometimes, the silence is broken. Across the world, in some of the deepest and most remote waters, there have been reports of strange, unidentifiable sounds emanating from the depths. Sounds so deep, so resonant, so unnatural, that they defy explanation. Some of these sounds have been recorded by scientists, others heard by sailors and submarine crews, and still others remain classified by military agencies, never to be released to the public. One of the most famous of these sounds is the bloop, a powerful, ultra-low frequency noise detected in 1997 by NOAA's hydrophone array in the Pacific Ocean. It was unlike anything ever recorded before. The sound was so loud that it was picked up by multiple listening stations more than 3,000 miles apart, suggesting that whatever produced it was of unimaginable size and power. The official explanation was that it was likely caused by an enormous icequake or shifting tectonic plates beneath the ocean floor. But some researchers were unconvinced. The frequency profile of the bloop did not match any known geological event. In fact, it bore a closer resemblance to the sounds produced by living organisms. For a time, speculation ran wild. Could the bloop have been the call of an undiscovered deep-sea creature, something so massive that its vocalizations could be heard across an entire ocean basin? Could it be a form of communication, an attempt to reach out across the depths? Or was it something even stranger, a sound not meant for human ears, a signal from something older than our understanding of the world? Theories arose connecting the bloop to ancient myths, particularly to Lovecraftian horror, as the sound was detected near Point Nemo, the most isolated place on Earth. This spot in the Pacific is often associated with legends of sunken civilizations and lost knowledge, and some couldn't help but wonder, had we accidentally stumbled upon something ancient, something waiting beneath the waves? The bloop was not the only strange sound recorded in the ocean. There is the upsweep, a series of mechanical sounding tones detected seasonally in the Pacific, first recorded in 1991, and continuing to this day. The sound is cyclical, rising and falling in intensity, almost like an unnatural alarm ringing out from the deep. It does not match any known species, nor does it correspond to any volcanic activity. To this day, no one knows what causes it, and its location remains elusive, deep within an unexplored region of the ocean floor. Then there is slow down,
a long descending sound that was captured in 1997, lasting several minutes and fading into silence. Unlike the bloop, slowdown was not abrupt. It stretched over time, as if something massive was moving, retreating into the depths. Some have speculated that it was caused by a shifting ice shelf, but others wonder if it was something else entirely, a colossal creature diving, disappearing into the abyss where no human could follow. There is also Julia, a chilling sound captured in 1999, lasting for nearly 2 minutes. It was loud enough to be picked up across the Pacific, and its origin remains unknown. Some believe it was caused by an underwater collapse or shifting landmass, but once again, the sound did not match any known seismic activity. Instead, it bore a strange, distorted, almost moaning quality, as if something in the depths was calling out. One of the strangest sounds ever recorded is the whistle, detected in 1997 off the coast of South America. It was high-pitched, almost artificial, unlike any known marine animal or geological process. Some scientists suggested that it could have been caused by an unknown species of whale, but no such whale has ever been found that produces sounds like this. Others theorized that it could be a previously undiscovered deep-sea entity, a creature capable of vocalizing at frequencies beyond anything known to science. But the most unsettling deep-sea sound of all may be the unidentified hums that have been reported by submarine crews and deep-sea research stations. These sounds are different from the others. They are persistent, rhythmic, and often seem to respond to human presence. Unlike natural sounds, which are random and chaotic, these deep-sea hums follow patterns, almost as if they are communicating with one another. In 2016, a team of researchers in the Mariana Trench deployed an autonomous underwater vehicle equipped with sensitive listening devices. What they captured was disturbing, a low pulsing hum that continued for hours, varying in pitch and intensity, almost like a chant or a signal. At first they assumed it must have been interference from their own equipment, but when they checked, they found that the sound was coming from deep within the trench, from a point far below the submersible's maximum depth. This hum has been detected in other locations, particularly in the Puerto Rico Trench, the South Sandwich Trench, and the Java Trench, all among the deepest points in the world. The sound is always the same, a low frequency, rhythmic pulse, but it is never consistent in duration or repetition. Some submariners have reported hearing strange echoes, as if the hum is responding. Others have said that their sonar instruments malfunctioned while the hum was present, their equipment suddenly failing without explanation. Could it be that these hums are a form of communication, something beyond our understanding? Some have suggested that the deep-sea hums are a result of unknown geological processes, but no such process has ever been conclusively linked to them. Others believe they are caused by marine life, possibly a species yet to be discovered. But the most unsettling theory is that these hums are not natural at all. There are those who believe that the ocean is far older and far stranger than we can comprehend. That beneath the waves, there are things we were never meant to hear, signals that were never intended for us. Could it be that the hums are an ancient language, a remnant of something long forgotten? Or perhaps they are warnings, echoes from the depths, waiting for someone or something to answer them. For now, the hum continues. It reverberates through the deepest trenches, silent to those on land, heard only by the few who dare to listen. And until we understand its source, until we uncover its meaning, one question will haunt those who study it. Are we listening to something deep-sea life has created, or are we listening to something that is listening back? Part 14. The Black Abyss. Theories of a second ocean beneath the ocean. The ocean is vast, deep, and nearly incomprehensible in its scale. For all of human history, it has been a place of mystery, a world that has always held secrets just beyond our reach. But what if the true mystery is not just the ocean itself, but what lies beneath it? What if there is another ocean beneath the ocean, a second abyss hidden beneath the crust of the earth, an entirely separate world of water that has existed in silence, unknown to science? This is not just the realm of science fiction. In 2014, geophysicists made a staggering discovery, evidence of a massive reservoir of water deep beneath the Earth's surface, locked away inside a layer of rock known as ringwoodite. This water is not in the form of a lake or ocean, as we know it, but is instead trapped within the molecular structure of the rock itself, forming what some scientists believe is a hidden ocean, 3 times the size of all the surface oceans combined. If true, this changes everything. The implications of an underground ocean, the size of an entire planet's worth of water, are enormous. It suggests that what we know about Earth's water cycle, its history, and even the origins of life might be incomplete. If such a vast reservoir exists beneath the ocean floor, could there be vast caverns, submerged continents, or even entire ecosystems hidden within it? Could something be alive down there, evolving in ways completely separate from surface life? The idea of hidden oceans beneath the Earth has existed for centuries. Ancient myths from civilizations around the world speak of a world beneath the waters, a second abyss, a place where the deepest mysteries of creation reside. The Greeks believed in the underworld rivers, vast waterways flowing beneath the earth, leading to unseen realms. The Hindus spoke of Patala, a world hidden below the surface, filled with strange creatures. Even in the Bible, there are references to the fountains of the deep, great subterranean waters that once covered the earth before receding into hidden reservoirs. But what if these ancient stories were not myths, but distant memories of something real, something forgotten by time? The discovery of the Ringwoodite Ocean has led some researchers to speculate that pockets of liquid water could exist beneath the Earth's crust, forming hidden seas that remain untouched by the surface world. If these underground oceans exist, they could be millions, even billions of years old, remnants of a time when the Earth was still forming. These deep sunless waters would be cut off from the rest of the world, undisturbed for eons. And where there is water, there is the possibility of life. Some scientists theorize that microbial organisms, extremophiles capable of surviving under immense pressure and heat, could thrive in these underground oceans. But others believe the implications could go further, that if conditions were right, entire ecosystems could have evolved in isolation, giving rise to deep-sea creatures unlike anything known to science. In 2018, researchers discovered something strange while studying seismic activity beneath the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the ocean. Their instruments picked up anomalous echoes, signals that suggested there was something beneath the ocean floor that was not solid rock. At first they believed it was a technical error, but repeated studies yielded the same results. There appeared to be a layer of water beneath the deepest part of the sea, a void of unknown depth, containing something that was absorbing and reflecting seismic waves in ways they could not explain. Some have suggested that this could be evidence of a liquid-filled cavern, a vast underground sea deep beneath the Pacific. Others believe it may be connected to the Ringwoodite Ocean, a point where the deep water reservoirs rise closer to the surface. But if that is the case, it raises even more questions. What else is down there? If such a place exists, it would be one of the most extreme environments on Earth, a lightless abyss, where the crushing pressures of the upper ocean give way to the even greater forces beneath the crust. The temperature would be scalding, heated by geothermal energy. The water would be saturated with dissolved minerals, completely unlike anything found in our known oceans. No sunlight, no surface influence, a world cut off from time itself. Could an entirely separate branch of evolution have taken root there? Life on Earth has been shaped by the sun, but what about life that has never seen light? In the deepest parts of the ocean, we already find creatures that defy expectation: transparent fish, bioluminescent predators, beings that create their own light in the eternal dark. If life can thrive in the deepest trenches, it stands to reason that it could exist even further down, where no one has ever looked. And if such a world exists, it may explain some of the strangest anomalies ever recorded in the ocean, mysteries that have no easy explanation. Throughout history, sailors have reported unusual disturbances in the sea, places where the water seems to churn from below, as if something far beneath the waves is shifting, rising, moving. These places are not linked to volcanoes or geothermal vents. Some believe they are points of contact between the known ocean and the hidden one, where water from the underground abyss rises and mixes with the surface world for brief moments before retreating again. There have also been sonar anomalies, places where the ocean floor appears to be far deeper than it should be, forming sudden voids and drop-offs that do not appear on maps. These voids are unexplained, their depths impossible to measure, as if sonar is being absorbed by something unknown. Some speculate that these may be tunnels leading to hidden oceans, places where the Earth's surface is thinner, where water seeps down into a greater abyss. And then there are the sounds, deep, resonant, alien in nature, recorded in the blackness of the ocean, where no human should hear them. Some of these sounds are low-frequency pulses, rhythmic and repetitive, almost mechanical. Others are long, mournful wails, sounds that do not belong to any known marine life. Could these be the echoes of creatures from the second ocean, reverberating through the deep? Or could they be something else, signals, warnings, voices calling from a place we have not yet reached? The idea of an ocean beneath the ocean is terrifying because it suggests something far larger than we can comprehend. If such a place exists, it could be a world within a world, an abyss so vast that it has remained hidden for billions of years. It could contain the oldest, most alien life on Earth, organisms that evolved without ever touching the surface. It could be a place of extreme pressure and darkness, where something else has been waiting, unseen, unheard, until now. Perhaps the strangest thought of all is this: if an ancient separate ocean exists beneath the surface, what if something down there already knows about us? If we are only now discovering evidence of it, how long has it been aware of us? There is so much about the ocean that we still do not understand. But as we continue to explore, as we send more probes, more submersibles, more sonar scans into the depths, we may finally uncover what lies beneath the waves. And if we do, we must ask ourselves, are we ready for what we might find?
Part 15. The Abyssal Giants. Could titanic creatures lurk in the deepest trenches? The human imagination has always been drawn to the idea of giants, immense, otherworldly beings that loom at the edges of myth and legend. From the titans of ancient Greece to the Leviathan of biblical texts, cultures across the world have long entertained the notion that massive creatures lurk just beyond our reach, hidden in the places where light cannot touch. But what if this is not merely legend? What if, deep within the uncharted abyss of the ocean, creatures exist that defy every expectation of biology and scale? Science tells us that life follows a pattern, that organisms are shaped by their environment, limited by the physical forces of the world around them. But the deeper we venture into the ocean, the more we find that the rules of life seem to bend in impossible ways. Creatures living at the bottom of the sea survive under pressures 1,000 times greater than at the surface. Some generate their own light, others thrive in boiling hot hydrothermal vents, and still, others live for hundreds of years in near total stasis. If life is so adaptable, so unfathomably resilient, what else could exist in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the ocean? There are more than 30 deep-sea trenches scattered across the world's oceans, including the Mariana Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, the South Sandwich Trench, and the Tonga Trench. These chasms stretch thousands of miles across the seafloor, cutting deep into the crust of the Earth, forming environments so extreme that no sunlight can ever penetrate them. They are vast, lightless, virtually unexplored, and it is here, in these places of complete isolation, that some believe the abyssal giants may be hiding. One of the most terrifying possibilities about these trenches is that we would have no way of knowing if something truly massive resided within them. Despite our technological advancements, human exploration of the deep ocean is extremely limited. The vast majority of deep-sea footage comes from remote-operated vehicles, or submersibles, that can only withstand a fraction of the ocean's true depth. Sonar mapping gives us vague outlines of the trenches, but nothing detailed enough to reveal what may be lurking within them. If a creature larger than anything we've ever documented lived at the very bottom of the abyss, we simply would not know, and yet, there are hints. Strange, unexplained sonar readings, unidentified deep-sea sounds, and accounts from deep-sea submersibles all suggest that something enormous may be moving in the depths. One of the most infamous cases occurred in 1997, when the bloop was detected. The sheer scale of the sound suggested that if it had been created by an animal, it would have had to be larger than even the blue whale, the largest known creature on Earth. Though scientists later suggested that the sound could have been caused by an underwater icequake, the fact remains that the acoustic signature of the bloop resembled biological noise more than geological activity. Could it have been the call of something ancient, something so large that it had remained undiscovered simply because it never needed to come near the surface? Then there is the case of the Ningen, a rumored 50-foot humanoid-like sea creature said to have been sighted in Antarctic waters. Reports from Japanese research vessels describe a pale, massive being with a vaguely human-like form, spotted moving effortlessly beneath the ice. Some dismissed the Ningen as a misidentified whale, or an optical illusion caused by ice formations, but others remain convinced that there is more to the story. Could the Ningen be an example of an unknown species, one that dwells in the darkest depths of the Southern Ocean? There have been countless strange sonar anomalies detected in deep-sea trenches,
massive moving objects that appear on sonar screens for mere moments before disappearing. Some submarine crews have reported fast-moving, unidentified objects beneath the water, moving at impossible speeds. One particularly unsettling account comes from a Russian submarine patrol in 1989, which detected a massive glowing blue object moving at a depth of over 20,000 feet, far beyond the reach of any known marine life. The object remained on sonar for several minutes before vanishing without a trace. In 2012, marine researchers exploring the depths of the Puerto Rico Trench captured footage of a massive shadowy form moving beyond the range of their submersible's lights. The object was far too large to be a known deep-sea creature, but before they could adjust their equipment to get a better look, it was gone. The footage remains inconclusive, a grainy, haunting reminder that there are still places in the ocean where the unknown reigns. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for the existence of abyssal giants comes not from science, but from the stories of sailors, fishermen, and deep-sea divers who claim to have encountered massive unidentifiable creatures. From legends of the Kraken, a monstrous squid said to drag entire ships beneath the waves, to modern reports of enormous serpentine beings spotted in the open ocean, the idea of deep-sea giants has persisted for centuries. In 2015, researchers from the Ocean Research Project recorded what appeared to be an impossibly large tentacle-like appendage on an underwater camera placed at a depth of 10,000 feet. The footage, though blurred by deep-sea currents, showed a limb that dwarfed the submersible itself. Some speculated that it could belong to a colossal squid, a species already known to reach lengths of up to 46 feet. But others questioned whether it could be something even larger, an unknown species that has never been fully documented. If abyssal giants do exist, why would they remain so well hidden? The answer may be simple: they do not need to leave the depths. Unlike surface-dwelling marine life, which relies on sunlight and oxygen-rich waters, deep-sea creatures thrive in complete darkness, extreme cold and crushing pressure. If a species of massive, slow-moving predators existed at the bottom of the ocean, they would have no reason to rise to the surface. They could exist in total isolation, feeding off deep-sea ecosystems, completely undetected by human eyes. There is one final, unsettling thought to consider. If creatures of immense size exist in the deepest trenches, how long have they been there? Could they be remnants of an ancient world, survivors of a time before humans ever walked the earth? The ocean is billions of years old, and in that time, species have risen and fallen, some disappearing into extinction, others evolving into forms we cannot begin to imagine. If something truly titanic exists in the deep, it may have been watching us long before we ever considered watching it. And if that is the case, then the question is not whether we will find it, but whether it will choose to reveal itself to us. Part 16. The Silent Watchers. Are we being observed from the deep? The ocean is a place of both wonder and fear. It is a realm that remains largely unexplored, with more than 80% of its depths still uncharted by human technology. But among the mysteries of the deep, one of the most unsettling questions remains unanswered. Could we be watched from beneath the waves? Could there be entities, ancient and intelligent, observing us from the abyss, hidden in the crushing darkness, where no human has ever ventured? The idea that the ocean might conceal something more than just marine life is not a new one. Sailors and fishermen have long told tales of strange lights appearing beneath the waves, unknown shapes moving just beyond the reach of their vessels, and massive silent objects tracking them for miles across open water. These accounts have been dismissed by skeptics as tricks of the light, misidentified marine animals, or the effects of exhaustion and fear. But what if there is something more to these stories? What if these reports, spanning centuries and appearing in countless cultures around the world, hint at a deeper, more unsettling reality? Throughout history, there have been recorded instances of ships being followed by mysterious, unidentifiable underwater objects. Unlike known marine animals, which typically avoid human activity, these objects seem to behave with intentionality, shadowing vessels, matching their speed, and even maneuvering in ways that defy the laws of physics as we understand them. One of the most well-documented cases occurred in 1963, during a US Navy training exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico. A submarine involved in the drills suddenly detected a fast-moving object beneath it. At first it was assumed to be another submarine, but as they tracked its movement, they realized that it was moving at an impossible speed, more than 150 knots, far beyond the capability of any known watercraft. The objects seemed to react to the submarine's position, changing course whenever the Navy vessel tried to maneuver away. For over 4 hours, it followed them, dipping below radar, resurfacing, and eventually vanishing without a trace. This was not an isolated incident. Reports from both civilian and military sources have described unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, moving with speeds, agility, and stealth that no modern technology should be capable of. Unlike traditional unidentified flying objects (UFOs), which are typically observed in the sky, USOs are seen beneath the water, emerging from the depths before vanishing into the ocean once again. What makes these reports so disturbing is that they suggest an unseen presence beneath the waves, one that is capable of advanced movement, and perhaps most chillingly, seems to be aware of us. These objects have been reported by naval officers, airline pilots, and deep-sea researchers, all of whom have described the same pattern: unknown objects appearing out of nowhere, moving in ways that defy explanation, and disappearing as suddenly as they arrived. Could it be that these objects are not of human origin? If so, then the implications are staggering. What are they? Where do they come from? And perhaps most importantly, why are they here? Some researchers believe that these unidentified objects could be extraterrestrial in nature, but instead of arriving from the sky, they may have been hiding in our oceans for centuries, possibly even millennia. This theory suggests that the ocean, with its vast uncharted depths, could serve as the perfect hiding place for advanced non-human intelligence. Unlike the sky, which is constantly observed by satellites, telescopes, and aircraft, the ocean is a nearly invisible frontier, a place where something could exist undetected for thousands of years. But there is another, even more unsettling possibility. What if they are not visitors at all? What if these entities, whatever they are, have always been here, long before humans ever set foot on land? Ancient myths and legends often speak of beings that dwell beneath the waves, entities that are older than time itself. The Sumerians wrote of Enki, the god of the abyss, who watched over humanity from beneath the ocean. The Dogon tribe of Africa has long held that their ancestors were visited by amphibious beings from the Sirius star system, who came from the water and passed knowledge to them before disappearing back into the depths. The Greeks believed in Triton, son of Poseidon, who lived in the deep and controlled the seas. Across the world, from the Norse tales of the Jörmungandr, the world serpent beneath the ocean, to the Japanese legends of Ryujin, the dragon god, who lived in an underwater palace, civilizations have long spoken of intelligent entities that exist beneath the waves. Could these myths be remnants of a forgotten truth? It is possible that if such beings exist, they may have remained hidden for good reason. The ocean is the ultimate sanctuary, a place where an advanced species could exist undetected, studying us from a distance, moving through the trenches and deep-sea canyons that no human can reach. If they have been here for thousands, perhaps millions of years, they may have learned to avoid detection, only revealing themselves in brief glimpses. And yet in recent years, sightings of USOs have increased, with modern technology allowing us to explore the ocean in ways never before possible. Could it be that we are getting too close to something we were never meant to find? In 2021, the US government officially acknowledged declassified Navy footage showing unknown objects moving through the ocean before launching themselves into the sky at impossible speed. Military pilots and intelligence officials confirmed that these were not human-made vehicles, and that their propulsion systems defied everything we know about aerodynamics. Some speculate that these objects originate from underwater bases, hidden somewhere in the vast and unexplored regions of the deep ocean. If this is the case, then it suggests a level of technological sophistication beyond anything we can comprehend, a civilization that has remained completely separate from our own, operating in the shadows of our world. But the most chilling question of all remains unanswered. What do they want? If these entities have been observing us for centuries, what is their purpose? Are they simply watching, gathering data, studying human civilization as an experiment? Or are they waiting for something? It is a terrifying thought, that somewhere in the deepest reaches of the ocean, there may be eyes watching us even now, unseen, silent, waiting beneath the waves. Perhaps they have always been there, part of a hidden world that we are only now beginning to glimpse. Or perhaps, as some fear, they are waiting for the moment when we finally see them for what they truly are. If that day comes, we must ask ourselves, will we be ready? Or will we, like so many before us, simply vanish beneath the waves, leaving behind only whispered legends of something unknown, something watching, something waiting in the deep.
Part 17. The vanishing ships, disappearances that defy explanation throughout history. The vast and mysterious ocean has swallowed entire ships without a trace. Some of these disappearances can be explained by storms, human error, or mechanical failure. But there are others, cases that defy logic, vanishings that leave behind no wreckage, no distress calls, no survivors. These are the maritime enigmas that haunt the world's most remote waters, tales of vessels that have set sail only to be consumed by something unknown. For centuries, sailors have feared the sea not only for its unpredictable nature, but also for the unexplained occurrences that seem to defy physics and reason. The most infamous of these regions is the Bermuda Triangle, a vast stretch of ocean between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, where dozens of ships and planes have disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Some dismiss the Bermuda Triangle as nothing more than a myth fueled by coincidence, but others believe that something unnatural lurks beneath the surface. One of the most perplexing cases in the Bermuda Triangle occurred in 1918, when the US Cyclops, a massive naval cargo ship, vanished with 306 crew members on board. The ship was on a routine voyage from Brazil to Baltimore, carrying manganese ore, when it disappeared without sending a distress signal or leaving behind a single piece of debris. Despite one of the largest search efforts in naval history, no trace of the Cyclops was ever found. Theories about its fate range from sudden rogue waves to catastrophic structural failure, but some researchers suggest something far stranger, that the ship may have fallen into a hidden underwater vortex, pulled into an abyss that lies beyond human understanding. Even more disturbing than the disappearances themselves are the accounts of ships that reappear, empty and abandoned, as if their crews were plucked from existence by an invisible force. The MV Joyta is one such case. In 1955, the merchant vessel set sail from Samoa, carrying 25 passengers and crew. It was supposed to be a short journey, just 2 days across calm waters. But weeks later, the Joyta was found adrift, over 600 miles off course, with no one on board. When rescuers boarded the ship, they found an eerie scene. The lifeboats were missing. The radio had been tuned to the emergency distress frequency, but had not sent out a signal, and there were bloodstains on the deck. Even stranger, the ship itself was still seaworthy, despite taking on some water. There was no reason for the crew to abandon it. Yet they were gone, without explanation, without a single body ever being found. Theories surrounding the Joyta's fate range from piracy to a sudden attack by unknown forces, but some believe the answer lies deeper. The Pacific Ocean, vast and largely unexplored, is home to some of the deepest trenches on Earth. If something unknown had emerged from below, could it have taken the crew? Could there be forces in the ocean that do not simply sink ships, but erase those who travel too close to the unknown? One of the most chilling maritime vanishings is that of the Carroll A. Deering, a 5-masted schooner that was found completely abandoned in 1921 off the coast of North Carolina. The ship was in perfect condition, its cargo was still intact, food was set on the table, as if the crew had just been in the middle of a meal, and even the captain's log was left behind. But the entire crew had vanished. Their personal belongings, their navigational equipment, and even their lifeboats were missing, yet there was no sign of a struggle. Theories about the Deering range from mutiny to piracy, but the sheer eeriness of the scene, a ship found in pristine condition, abandoned mid-journey, as if its crew had been plucked out of time, has led some to question if something unnatural was at work. Could there be zones in the ocean where reality itself is unstable? Some researchers speculate that electromagnetic anomalies, areas of the Earth's magnetic field that behave erratically, could cause disruptions in navigation, communications, and even human perception. Others suggest that there may be hidden whirlpools, capable of pulling entire ships into deep-sea caverns where they are never seen again. But what if the answer is even stranger than that? Legends from cultures around the world speak of sea spirits, ghostly entities that lure sailors into the depths. The Greeks spoke of the sirens, beings whose songs could enchant men and lead them to their doom. The Norse believed in the Hafsaril, a spirit of the sea who would lure ships into the mist, never to return. Could these stories be remnants of real encounters, tales of an intelligence that exists within the ocean, watching, waiting, occasionally reaching out to claim those who venture too far?
One of the strangest aspects of maritime disappearances is the fact that they are still happening today. In 2015, the cargo ship El Faro vanished off the coast of the Bahamas with 33 crew members on board. A Category 4 hurricane was in the area at the time, but El Faro was a large and well-equipped vessel with modern communication systems and an experienced crew, and yet it disappeared so completely that it took over a year to locate the wreckage. When investigators finally retrieved the ship's black box, they expected to find answers. Instead, what they found only deepened the mystery. There were no signs of panic among the crew, no clear cause of failure, and no distress calls beyond a single eerie transmission, the captain's voice, cut off mid-sentence. Something happened aboard the El Faro, something that left no time for explanation. Then there are the ghost ships vessels that reappear decades after their disappearance, sailing empty across the open ocean. In 2014, a Japanese fishing vessel that had been lost in the 2011 tsunami was found drifting near Canada, completely intact, after 3 years at sea. How it remained afloat, how it survived storms, remains a mystery, and perhaps the most terrifying thought of all is that if these ships had not been found, their stories would have simply faded into history, just as many others have. There are places in the ocean where ships vanish, where the water remains eerily calm, where compasses spin in circles and GPS systems fail. Some of these locations have been documented: the Dragon's Triangle off the coast of Japan, the Sargasso Sea in the Atlantic, and the vast empty stretches of the Southern Ocean. Could these locations be gateways, portals to something else? Perhaps the reason why so many ships disappear without a trace is that they do not sink in the way we understand. Perhaps they fall into another realm, another dimension, something beyond the grasp of modern science. And if that is the case, then what would that mean for the crews? Are they simply gone, or could they, even now, be trapped somewhere beyond the reach of rescue, lost in a place where time no longer moves? The ocean is vast, ancient, and filled with secrets we have yet to understand. And as long as ships continue to vanish without explanation, as long as ghostly vessels reappear with no sign of life, we will continue to wonder what force, what intelligence, what unknown power waits beneath the waves. And will we ever truly understand it before it claims another? Part 18. The Shadow in the Abyss. Do deep-sea creatures grow beyond imaginable size? The deep ocean is a world of giants. It is a realm where creatures exist in extreme isolation, cut off from the surface world, where immense pressure, eternal darkness, and an abundance of space create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. This isolation has given rise to some of the most bizarre and alien lifeforms ever recorded: colossal squid, abyssal jellyfish with tendrils that stretch the length of a school bus, and ancient sharks that drift through the depths like living fossils. But for every creature we have documented, there are countless more that remain unseen. The truth is, we have barely scratched the surface of what lies beneath. Scientists estimate that more than 90% of the ocean's species are still undiscovered, and in the deepest trenches, where no light reaches and pressures exceed 16,000 pounds per square inch, life exists in forms we cannot yet imagine. And there is one question that lingers in the minds of deep-sea researchers: what is the true size limit of life in the abyss? How big can something really get? The phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism is a mystery in itself. In the ocean, animals tend to grow larger the deeper they live, a strange and counterintuitive fact that has baffled scientists for decades. Giant isopods, which resemble massive prehistoric pillbugs, grow up to 20 times larger than their shallow water relatives. The colossal squid, a creature so elusive that only a few have ever been captured, is believed to reach lengths of up to 60 feet. Some deep-sea jellyfish have tentacles that stretch over 120 feet long, nearly the length of a blue whale. These creatures exist in an alien world, where evolution has had millions, perhaps billions of years to craft monsters beyond our comprehension. If some of these species have already reached such unfathomable sizes, what else could be lurking in the uncharted trenches of the abyss? One of the most infamous legends of a deep-sea giant is the Kraken, a mythological cephalopod said to be capable of dragging entire ships beneath the waves. For centuries, these stories were dismissed as sailors' superstitions, but modern science has revealed that there may be some truth to them. In the 19th century, reports began surfacing of massive tentacles washing up on shores, far larger than any known species. Whales were found with suction cup scars the size of dinner plates, suggesting battles with something truly enormous. These findings led to the discovery of the giant squid, a creature that had never been seen alive until recent years, yet has existed in the depths for millions of years. But the giant squid was just the beginning. In the late 20th century, marine biologists uncovered evidence of something even larger, the colossal squid, a species with hooks embedded in its tentacles, capable of growing even bigger than its giant cousin. And still we have never documented a fully grown specimen. If these creatures can reach lengths of 60 feet, could there be something even larger hiding beyond our reach? In 2007, Japanese researchers conducting deep-sea surveys captured something unusual on sonar in the Mariana Trench. At first they believed it to be a geological anomaly, a massive shifting shape, nearly the size of a battleship, but then it moved. The object rose from the seafloor, drifted for a moment, then descended again, vanishing into the blackness. Researchers were at a loss. No known species moves that way at that depth. No submarine was reported in the area. No geological process could explain it. Could it have been an undiscovered deep-sea creature, something far beyond our understanding? Another compelling case comes from naval sonar operators, who have reported detecting large moving objects deep within the ocean, objects that dwarf even the largest known marine life. These reports are rarely made public, but those who have analyzed the data describe biological signatures that suggest something alive, something massive, something moving with deliberate intent. If deep-sea gigantism follows the same evolutionary principles we see in known species, then theoretically, there could exist creatures far larger than anything we have ever imagined. These hypothetical creatures, sometimes referred to as shadow leviathans, would be beyond our ability to study, hidden in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the ocean, places where even our most advanced technology struggles to survive. Some researchers believe that extreme environments, such as hydrothermal vents, deep-sea trenches and abyssal plains, could support megafauna on a scale we have never seen. These creatures would require massive food sources, which raises another question: what do they eat? One theory suggests that these creatures may be slow-moving, deep-dwelling scavengers, feeding on whale falls and other large marine carcasses that drift to the seafloor. When a whale dies and sinks, its body becomes a self-sustaining ecosystem, supporting deep-sea life for decades. But what if some of these carcasses do not make it to the seafloor? What if something is intercepting them along the way, consuming them before they ever reach the bottom? There have been recorded instances of dead whales sinking rapidly, only for their bodies to vanish without explanation. No scavengers, no remains. Could something be preying on them from the dark? And then there are the eyewitness accounts, stories from sailors, submariners, and deep-sea divers who claim to have seen impossibly large creatures in the depths. In 1959, a Soviet submarine reported an encounter with an unknown entity while patrolling in the Pacific. According to the crew, their sonar detected a massive object beneath them, larger than the submarine itself. As they observed it, the object began to rise, too fast for any known marine life. In a panic, the crew shut down all known essential systems, hoping to avoid detection. For nearly an hour, the object hovered beneath them, then suddenly vanished. To this day, there is no official explanation for what they encountered. Similar reports have surfaced from deep-sea oil drillers, commercial fishermen, and even military divers, all describing massive, slow-moving creatures that defy classification. Some describe enormous, undulating shapes that move with eerie fluidity. Others report shadowy outlines in the dark, hundreds of feet long. Could these be remnants of an ancient world, creatures that have existed in total isolation for millions of years, growing to unimaginable sizes in the lightless void? The ocean is not just vast, it is a time capsule, a place where species have survived unchanged since the age of the dinosaurs. If something enormous still exists in the deep, we may never truly know. Perhaps the most chilling thought is not whether these creatures exist, but rather how many of them exist. If deep-sea evolution has continued unhindered for millions of years, these giants may not be isolated anomalies, but an entire hidden ecosystem. A world of massive, unseen predators, moving through the abyssal plains, leaving behind no evidence, except for the occasional fleeting sonar reading. And if they have survived for this long, undetected, it raises one final, unsettling question. Do they know about us? The ocean has always held its secrets. It has hidden life forms that defy imagination, creatures that have never been seen, predators that have never been named. And perhaps in the deepest trenches, there are things too large, too ancient, and too intelligent to reveal themselves to us. The ocean does not belong to us, it never has. It is a world apart, an alien realm, a place where the unknown still reigns. And somewhere in the abyss, beyond the reach of human eyes, something vast is moving, something watching, something waiting. And we may never know what it is until it decides to let us.
Part 19. The abyssal sirens. Do unknown creatures lure sailors to their doom? The ocean is a place of whispers. To those who have spent their lives at sea, it is not merely a body of water but a living entity, one that hums, sighs, and at times calls out. There have been countless stories throughout history of sailors hearing voices on the wind, melodies drifting across the waves, and unexplainable sounds coming from beneath the surface. Sometimes these sounds lead men into dangerous waters, pulling them toward reefs, whirlpools, or the vast nothingness of the open ocean. Sometimes they lure them into the deep, never to return. The idea of oceanic sirens, beings that lure sailors to their doom with song, has existed for thousands of years. In Greek mythology, sirens were said to be beautiful but deadly creatures, their hypnotic voices able to drive men mad. They were not mermaids, but something darker, something predatory, often depicted with the bodies of birds or sea monsters, perched on rocky islands where their victims' ships would shatter against the cliffs. The Norse had the Havsrol, a deep-sea spirit that watched over the ocean, guiding or misleading sailors at will. In Celtic folklore there were selkies, creatures that could take human form, but who belonged to the sea and would always return to it. Could these myths be fragments of a real, older truth? A warning passed down through generations about something that exists beneath the waves, something that can call out, something that can manipulate perception and reason. In the modern era, strange sounds recorded from the ocean's depths have added an unsettling new layer to the mystery. Scientists have detected highly unusual underwater sounds, many of which remain unexplained. Some of these signals resemble whale songs, yet they do not match any known species. Others sound almost artificial, patterns that suggest intelligence, rhythmic pulses that resemble language. But the most disturbing sounds of all are those that seem to mimic human voices, soft and distant, as though something is speaking just beyond the range of understanding. One such case occurred in 1991, when a Soviet submarine patrolling the Arctic reported picking up a faint, melodic sound on sonar. At first the crew believed it was an intercepted radio transmission, but as they analyzed the signal, they realized it was coming from beneath them, deep in the ocean. The sound resembled singing, but no known marine life could have produced it. Even stranger, the pitch of the sound shifted whenever the submarine changed direction, almost as if the source was aware of their movements. The crew, shaken by the experience, later referred to the incident as the whisper from the deep, a phrase that has since been used in other reports of unexplained oceanic vocalizations. Then there is the case of the Pacific hum, a mysterious low-frequency sound detected off the coasts of Japan, Hawaii, and California. It has been described as a distant chant, a song that seems to vibrate just below the range of human hearing. Some deep-sea divers have claimed that, while submerged in the affected regions, they have experienced a strange sense of unease, as if something unseen were present nearby. A few have even reported hearing soft murmurs, as though something was speaking to them just beyond the edge of perception. Could there be something in the ocean that is capable of producing sounds that influence human consciousness? Could certain frequencies induce hallucinations, lure sailors off course, or even compel them to abandon ship? There have been real-life cases of mass disorientation at sea, where experienced sailors have suddenly become confused, their navigational skills seemingly disrupted by an unknown force. One such case occurred in 1840 aboard the French vessel La Belle Émir, which was found drifting aimlessly in the Atlantic with its crew missing and no sign of a struggle. The ship was intact, its cargo undisturbed, but every lifeboat was missing, as if the crew had voluntarily left the safety of the ship. Survivors from similar cases, though few, have described feeling an overwhelming compulsion to abandon their vessels, even in calm waters. Some have spoken of hearing a voice calling their name from the ocean, of seeing something just beneath the surface that was too vast and too strange to comprehend. Could it be that some deep-sea creatures do not hunt with teeth and tentacles, but with sound? Some marine researchers believe that certain frequencies, particularly infrasound, which is below the range of human hearing, can cause feelings of unease, paranoia, and even hallucinations. If an unknown deep-sea species had evolved to use sound as a weapon, it could theoretically manipulate the minds of those who hear it,
driving them into confusion or compelling them to enter the water. And then there are the cases where ships are found drifting with no sign of the crew, but with everything else untouched. In 1975, a research vessel exploring the Indian Ocean's deeper regions went missing for 3 weeks. When it was finally discovered, the ship was intact, its engines running, but not a single person remained on board. Even stranger, the last entries in the ship's log described hearing unidentified voices coming from the depths, voices that none of the crew could explain. The last recorded log entry, written by an officer just hours before the ship's disappearance, contained only one sentence: "They're calling us." No explanation was ever found. The lifeboats were missing, yet no distress signal had ever been sent. No bodies were ever recovered. This chilling incident is not unique. There have been dozens of cases throughout history in which ships were discovered completely abandoned, yet with no sign of a struggle. No water damage, no mechanical failures, no piracy, just empty decks and missing crews. Could there be something beneath the waves that hunts not by physical force, but by influence? If we consider that sound can travel far more efficiently underwater than in air, then it is conceivable that certain unknown species, whether intelligent or not, could produce sounds that affect the human brain in ways we do not yet understand. Perhaps some deep-sea predators do not need to chase their prey. Perhaps they simply call, and their prey comes to them. If this is true, then it raises an even darker question: how long have these creatures existed, and how many people have they already taken? Sailors lost at sea are often assumed to have drowned, their bodies never recovered. But if there is something in the depths that can call them, something that lures them willingly into the dark, then the truth might be far more terrifying than we have ever imagined. There is a reason the ocean is filled with legends of voices in the water, of phantom songs that lead men astray, of ships found abandoned for no logical reason. There is a reason so many sailors have spoken of a presence in the deep, something that watches, something that waits. Perhaps the sirens of myth were never mere superstition. Perhaps they were a warning we have ignored for far too long. Because if something is calling from beneath the waves, then one day we may hear it for ourselves. And when that moment comes, the question will not be what it is, but whether we will be able to resist the call before it is too late. Part 20. The ocean's hidden giants. Are there megafauna we have yet to discover? The vastness of the ocean is impossible to comprehend. It stretches across the planet, covering more than 70% of Earth's surface, and yet, despite centuries of exploration, we have barely begun to understand what lurks beneath the waves. While we have mapped the land, while we have charted mountain ranges, deserts and forests, the ocean remains a shadowy frontier, its depths unexplored, its mysteries unsolved. And among those mysteries, one question looms larger than the rest. Are there creatures in the deep that surpass even our most ambitious imaginations? We often assume that the largest animals on the planet, whales, sharks, and massive squid, are the true giants of the sea. But what if they are only the most well-documented? What if hidden in the abyss there exist beings of unimaginable size, creatures so vast and elusive that they have remained beyond our ability to discover? There are reasons to believe this may be true. One of them is the sheer volume of unexplored ocean. More than 80% of the ocean remains uncharted, its trenches and deep-sea basins as unknown to us as the surface of distant moons. The deepest point on Earth, the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles below the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. If a creature of immense size existed in these depths, how would we know? We wouldn't. In recent years, evidence has begun to emerge that suggests we may not be alone in the ocean's depths. From unidentified sonar readings to massive, fast-moving objects detected beneath the waves, the clues are there, waiting to be pieced together. One of the most compelling incidents occurred in 1997, when a sound unlike anything ever recorded echoed through the Pacific. It became known as the bloop. This was not a typical marine sound. It did not match the vocalizations of any known whale, nor was it the result of underwater volcanic activity. Instead, it was low and organic, incredibly loud, and spread across thousands of miles. For years, scientists debated its origin. Some theorized it was the sound of a massive unknown sea creature, something so enormous that its calls could be heard across entire ocean basins. Others suggested an unknown geological phenomenon, a shifting mass of ice deep beneath the Antarctic waters. But the unsettling fact remains. If the bloop was biological, then whatever produced it was larger than any known marine animal, larger than the blue whale, the biggest living creature ever recorded. The idea of massive hidden sea creatures is not just speculation, it is something that our own technology has begun to hint at. Military sonar operators have reported detecting massive moving objects deep beneath the sea, objects that travel at speeds no whale or shark could possibly match. These are known as unidentified submerged objects, USOs, and their sightings stretch back decades. In 1960, during a deep-sea mission in the Pacific, oceanographer Jacques Piccard and US Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh descended into the Mariana Trench in the Bathyscaphe Trieste. As they approached the trench floor, something massive moved beneath them. Piccard reported seeing a shape shifting just outside the range of their lights, something enormous but impossible to define. The craft trembled as if caught in the presence of something powerful. When they resurfaced, they could offer no explanation. There have been similar reports from deep-sea oil drillers, commercial fishermen, and even submarine crews, accounts of unidentified masses moving below them, distorting sonar, changing direction with unnatural agility. In some cases, these objects have been estimated to be hundreds of feet long, moving too fast to be a whale, too unpredictable to be an ordinary fish. And then there are the eyewitness accounts, stories of sailors encountering something in the water too vast to comprehend. One such account comes from a whaling crew off the coast of South America in the early 1900s, when an enormous shadow surfaced near their vessel. At first they believed it to be a pod of whales moving in unison, but as the shadow rose higher, they realized it was a single entity, a massive rolling form that dwarfed their ship. The creature never fully surfaced, but for minutes they watched as it drifted past them, its sheer scale too vast to process. Could this have been an unknown species of massive whale, or was it something else entirely? The idea of megafauna, beasts of unimaginable size, lurking in the deep is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Throughout history, there have been documented cases of species being discovered that defy expectations. In 1938, a fisherman off the coast of South Africa pulled up a coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed to have been extinct for 66 million years. And yet there it was, alive and well, a relic from a lost world. If a fish can remain undiscovered for millions of years, what else might be hidden beneath the ocean's surface? Some marine biologists believe that deep-sea gigantism, a phenomenon where species in the abyss grow to enormous sizes, could be responsible for some of the strange encounters reported at sea. Creatures like the colossal squid, which can grow over 40 feet long, are examples of how life in the deep operates on an entirely different scale. What if there is a species of whale, far larger than any we have recorded, living beyond human detection? What if there exists an ancient form of life, a relic from a time when marine reptiles ruled the seas, still lurking in the trenches, surfacing only when it chooses? Then there are the ancient legends, passed down for generations, that describe creatures so large they could capsize ships, beings with bodies like mountains, eyes like lanterns in the dark. The indigenous people of the Pacific Northwest tell stories of the Naitaka, a massive serpentine beast that lurks beneath the water, capable of swallowing whales whole. The Leviathan of biblical texts is described as an enormous sea creature, too powerful to be slain by mortal men. Could these myths be echoes of real encounters, distorted by time? Perhaps the greatest argument for the existence of undiscovered giants in the ocean is the simple fact that we have never truly looked for them. Our knowledge of marine life is almost entirely based on the species that come near the surface, yet the deep ocean is another world entirely, an uncharted kingdom where anything could exist beyond the reach of our exploration. What if in the darkest corners of the sea, there are creatures that have remained unchanged for millions of years? What if they are still there, moving silently beneath the waves, too large, too deep, and too intelligent to be captured by our instruments? The ocean is a world where the laws of the surface do not apply, where pressure and time have forged life beyond our understanding. And somewhere in those unseen depths, something vast may still be moving, something older than our civilization, something that has watched us from below for thousands of years, and perhaps when the time comes we will not be the ones to discover it. Perhaps instead, it will choose to reveal itself to us. And when that day comes, we will finally know the answer to a question that has haunted mankind since the first ships set sail. What exactly is waiting for us beneath the waves?
Part 21. The Eternal Watchers. Are there intelligent beings in the deep? The ocean is a place of shadows, a world where sight is useless, where sound reigns supreme, and where survival depends on instincts honed over millions of years. It is easy to think of it as a realm of beasts, a domain ruled by blind, alien creatures that exist in total indifference to the world above. But what if this assumption is wrong? What if, hidden beneath the waves, there are beings that are not just survivors of the abyss, but something more? What if the deep sea is home to an intelligence that rivals our own, one that has existed, unnoticed, for far longer than human civilization? For centuries, legends have whispered of something watching from below. Sailors have long reported strange shapes beneath their ships, not sharks, not whales, but something else, something that moved with a sense of purpose, something that seemed aware. Some of these accounts speak of massive, unidentifiable forms that would surface, hover just below the waves, and then descend with eerie, unnatural precision. Others claim that ships have been followed for days by unseen presences, their movements mirroring the vessel's course, as if observing, waiting, learning. These stories are easy to dismiss as superstition, until they are not. Modern science has begun to uncover evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew about life in the deep. One of the most startling discoveries is that intelligence may not be as rare in the ocean as we once believed. Octopuses, for example, have demonstrated problem-solving abilities that rival primates. They can manipulate objects, use tools, and even show signs of playful behavior, something once thought exclusive to mammals. But most unsettling of all, they have an uncanny ability to escape from enclosures, unlock latches, and outthink their human captors. This intelligence is not limited to octopuses. Squid and cuttlefish, their close relatives, have shown complex communication abilities. Some species change the color and texture of their skin, not just for camouflage, but seemingly to communicate with one another in a silent visual language. Unlike humans, who rely on spoken words, these creatures use flashes of light, shifting pigments, and pulsating waves of color to send messages across the darkness. What if something in the ocean has evolved beyond this? What if there exists an undiscovered species, one that has taken intelligence to a level we cannot comprehend? There have been unexplained encounters that suggest we may not be alone beneath the waves. One of the most chilling cases comes from the 1960s, when a US Navy submarine conducting deep-sea tests off the coast of California reported an encounter with an unknown presence. According to the classified report, the sonar detected something enormous following the submarine, keeping pace at speeds no known marine animal should have been capable of matching. At first, the crew assumed it was an error, some kind of mechanical glitch, but then something strange happened. The object moved, circling the submarine in a deliberate, almost curious manner. It was not a drifting mass of water or an ordinary deep-sea predator. It was something tracking them, something reacting to their movements in real time. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished, diving deeper than the submarine's instruments could detect. The crew never spoke of what they had encountered. The event was classified, buried under layers of military secrecy. But whispers of the fast movers, a term some naval officers used to describe mysterious high-speed objects detected deep in the ocean, persisted. Could these be unknown creatures, evolved in the crushing depths, moving at speeds beyond what we believe possible? Or could they be something else entirely, an intelligence that has adapted to live where no human can survive? In 1997, another piece of evidence surfaced, adding to the mystery. That year, researchers using hydrophones, underwater microphones, picked up a strange rhythmic signal deep in the Pacific Ocean. At first, they believed it to be a natural phenomenon, perhaps the sound of shifting ice or underwater geological activity. But then the pattern changed. Instead of a random burst of sound, the signal responded. When scientists adjusted their equipment, the frequency shifted, almost as if something was aware it was being observed. The signal then vanished, disappearing into the depths, never to be recorded again. Some researchers now believe that if intelligent life exists in the ocean, it would likely develop in a way completely alien to us. Unlike humans, whose intelligence evolved in open landscapes with access to tools, fire, and the ability to build, an intelligent deep-sea species would have had an entirely different path. Imagine a civilization that never needed fire, never needed to leave the water, a species that communicates through bioluminescence, with pulses of light carrying information across the dark void of the abyss.
A species that instead of constructing cities, has developed a world that exists within the currents, moving with the tides, using sonar and electromagnetic pulses to shape its environment. If such a species exists, we may have already encountered them without realizing it. Some researchers have speculated that certain deep-sea structures, formations once believed to be purely geological, may actually be artificial. In 2011, researchers using sonar imaging off the coast of Japan discovered a massive circular formation on the seafloor, nearly 100 feet across, with perfectly symmetrical ridges. At first, it was dismissed as an anomaly, until further investigation revealed it had been created by an unknown species of fish, one that carved the pattern with deliberate intent. If a fish can create something so precise, what else might be out there, shaping the deep in ways we cannot yet understand? There is also the question of why, if an intelligent deep-sea species exists, it has never made contact with us. The answer may be terrifyingly simple: it has no reason to. Humans view the ocean as an unexplored frontier, something to be mapped, mined and conquered. But to an intelligence that has lived in the deep for millions of years, the ocean is not a mystery, it is home. Why would they reveal themselves to us, when our own history is filled with destruction? Perhaps they watch from below, aware of our presence but choosing to remain hidden. Or perhaps in moments we do not yet recognize, they have already reached out. The stories of strange lights seen beneath the waves, of unexplained patterns forming on the seafloor, of creatures that move with an unnatural grace, may not be mere folklore. They may be glimpses of something waiting just beyond our understanding. If there is an intelligence in the ocean, it does not need ships, fire, or metal tools. It does not need to colonize land or build towering structures. It does not need to wage war or expand beyond its domain. It simply exists, ancient and undisturbed, deep in the blackness where no human eye can see. And if we are not careful, if we continue to intrude upon the last untouched places of the world, we may finally force them to reveal themselves. But the question remains, will they welcome us as explorers, or as trespassers? And if they have been watching us for centuries, learning from our actions, then the real question may not be whether they exist, but whether they have already judged us unworthy of knowing the truth. Part 22. The Abyssal Colossus. Could there be something larger than we dare imagine? The ocean is a place of vastness, a realm where time and space become distorted by the sheer enormity of what remains undiscovered. For all of human history, we have told stories of leviathans, creatures so vast, so incomprehensibly large, that their very existence would defy our understanding of biology. We tell ourselves that such beasts belong to legend, that they are merely exaggerations of ordinary animals, stretched by the imaginations of ancient sailors. But what if they are not? What if the idea of a colossal creature, too massive to be detected by our limited technology, too deep for us to witness, too ancient for us to comprehend, is not just a fantasy, but a truth that we are not yet ready to face? The idea of deep-sea gigantism is not just speculation, it is a well-documented biological phenomenon. In the deep ocean, certain species have evolved to enormous sizes due to the unique conditions of their environment. The colossal squid, for instance, is known to grow up to 46 feet long, but some scientists believe there may be even larger specimens lurking in the Hadal depths, where no submersible has ventured. If such creatures exist, how much larger could they grow? One of the greatest challenges in the search for deep-sea megafauna is the immense scale of the ocean itself. The abyssal plains stretch for thousands of miles, vast featureless expanses, where a creature the size of a city could theoretically drift, unseen. The trenches, the deepest and most remote regions of the planet, plunge into darkness so absolute that not even light can penetrate. Creatures here would not need to surface, would not need to come near human activity, would not need to interact with us at all. And yet, evidence exists that something is moving in the deep that we cannot explain. One of the most infamous cases comes from a deep-sea mining expedition conducted in the mid-20th century. Scientists aboard a research vessel were using deep-sea cameras to photograph the ocean floor when they captured a brief, inexplicable image. The photo showed a shadow, something immense, something with a shape that suggested movement, a shape that could not be identified as a geological feature. The problem, the scale was impossible. Based on the positioning of the camera, whatever cast the shadow had to be at least 200 feet long, possibly much larger. The researchers dismissed it as a flaw in the imaging process, but the question remained, if it was an error, why did similar images appear in later expeditions? Then there is the case of the Nantucket Sound encounter, a documented but rarely discussed event in which a military submarine, one of the most advanced of its time, was forced to alter course due to an unidentified moving mass. The object was too large to be a whale, too fast to be an underwater current, and too coordinated to be a drifting mass of debris. The crew reported feeling a strange vibration in the hull, as if something enormous were passing beneath them. The instruments temporarily failed, overloaded by the unusual energy signature of whatever was below. When the systems came back online, the object was gone, leaving no trace. What could move so deliberately, so intelligently, and then vanish without a sound? Some scientists believe that the largest creatures in the deep sea could be far bigger than anything we have ever recorded, surviving in a way that we simply do not yet understand. One theory suggests that certain species of deep-sea organisms do not need to surface, do not need to interact with the upper ocean, and may have adapted to exist entirely outside the reach of human exploration. If such creatures exist, they would have mastered a level of stealth that makes them functionally invisible to our senses. Their bodies might be composed of materials that absorb sound rather than reflect it. Their movement could be dictated by deep-sea currents rather than muscle exertion, allowing them to drift in absolute silence, avoiding detection by sonar. And if something of such colossal scale exists, then it raises an even darker question: have we ever truly been alone in the ocean? Some accounts suggest that the ocean's largest creatures may not simply avoid humans, they may be aware of us, watching, waiting, and moving just beyond the range of our perception. Stories of massive impossible creatures surfacing for mere moments before vanishing back into the deep have been recorded across cultures, across centuries, across continents. Ancient maps once marked unknown regions with the warning, "Here be monsters." Was this mere superstition, or was it a truth our ancestors knew, one that we have since ignored? The idea of an abyssal colossus is terrifying not just because of its size, but because of what it implies. If such creatures exist, then we are not the dominant force on this planet. We are merely one of many species, existing at the mercy of beings far larger, far older, and far more enigmatic than ourselves. Some researchers have speculated that the reason we have not discovered such creatures is that we have never truly looked in the right places. The deepest parts of the ocean, the unexplored trenches, the unmapped abyssal plains, the places where sunlight has never touched, could be the last refuge of giants. If something of unimaginable scale were to exist, it would not leave evidence in the form of skeletons or remains. It would die in the deepest abyss, its body consumed by the very environment it lived in, vanishing as if it had never existed at all. But what if, in rare moments, something rises from the depths, something that breaches the veil between the seen and unseen? There have been cases of ships reporting massive, unidentified objects surfacing suddenly, only to disappear just as quickly. There have been unusual sonar readings of things moving with a precision that suggests intelligence, but a size that should not be possible. And there is one final chilling question that remains unanswered. What if these creatures do not surface because they do not need to? What if they are so perfectly adapted to the abyss, so ancient and evolved beyond our understanding, that the concept of the surface world means nothing to them? What if to them we are irrelevant, tiny, unworthy of their attention? The idea of an abyssal colossus is unsettling because it forces us to confront a reality we are not prepared for, a reality in which we are not alone, in which the world is not ours to control, in which something far larger, far older, and far more powerful exists beyond the limits of our sight. And perhaps when the time comes when we finally gaze into the depths and see something looking back, we will understand why the ocean has always been a place of myths, why the human mind has always feared what lurks beneath. Perhaps, on that day we will finally understand that we were never meant to be the ocean's rulers, we were only ever its visitors.
Part 23. The Black Abyss. The ocean's most unreachable depths, and what might lurk. There the ocean is a world of darkness. Beyond the familiar blue waters that shimmer under the sunlight, beyond the depths where divers and submarines dare to go, there exists a place where no human has ever set foot. It is a place where time itself seems to slow, where pressures beyond our comprehension crush anything that dares to descend. This is the Haddle Zone, the deepest and most inhospitable realm of the ocean, a world of trenches, unseen ridges, and submerged mountains that stretch for thousands of miles in an unbroken void.
For centuries, scientists believed that these depths were lifeless, that nothing could survive in the black abyss, where the weight of the ocean could collapse steel like paper. They were wrong. Life thrives there, but it is unlike anything we have ever seen. The creatures of the Hadal Zone are designed for absolute darkness, for pressures so immense that they would kill an ordinary fish in an instant. Their forms are strange, their biology barely understood, and their existence raises a terrifying possibility. If life can adapt to such extremes, what else might be lurking in the unreachable corners of the abyss? One of the most unsettling discoveries in recent years came from the deepest place on Earth, the Mariana Trench. At nearly 7 miles deep, it is the closest thing our planet has to an alien world, a place where nothing should be able to survive, and yet the trench is home to a number of mysterious species. In 2014, researchers sent a remotely operated vehicle down into the trench, expecting to capture footage of simple organisms. What they found instead was something no one had anticipated. The cameras picked up movement, large, deliberate, and slow. At first it was believed to be a trick of the water, an illusion created by the intense pressure and shifting sediment. But then the movement continued. Something enormous was down there, something that dwarfed the small vehicle exploring the trench. It moved with a sense of purpose, not like a drifting mass of debris or an aimless deep-sea fish. The vehicle's sonar picked up an object that was over 50 feet long, but its shape was indistinct, impossible to classify. Before scientists could get a clearer image, the object vanished, disappearing into the crushing depths. This was not the only time the Mariana Trench had revealed something inexplicable. In the 1990s, a team of researchers using deep-sea hydrophones recorded sounds from the trench that could not be traced to any known source. One of these sounds became infamous. It was a low, pulsating noise, almost mechanical in nature, but organic at the same time. It was named the bloop, and its intensity suggested that whatever produced it was larger than a blue whale, the biggest creature known to humanity. Some scientists believe the bloop was caused by shifting ice, a natural geological process amplified by the unique acoustics of the ocean. But others disagree. The sound did not match any known geological pattern, and its frequency suggested an origin that was not only biological but enormous. If the bloop was created by a living thing, then that living thing was larger than anything ever recorded by modern science. And if such a creature existed once, does it still exist now? Beyond the Mariana Trench, there are places in the ocean that remain completely uncharted, places where no submersible has ever gone, where entire ecosystems could exist without ever interacting with the surface world. Some of the deepest trenches, like the Tonga Trench, the Philippine Trench, and the Kermadec Trench, are so remote that they have only been mapped in the most basic ways. If there were creatures of unimaginable scale and intelligence lurking in these places, we would have no way of knowing. The deep-sea anomalies do not end with unexplained creatures and sounds. There have been reports of massive moving objects detected by sonar in the abyssal depths, objects that do not match any known biological entity. These anomalies are sometimes described as fast-moving, shifting between speeds that should be impossible for any known marine life. They appear, remain for a short time, and then vanish without explanation. Military submarines have encountered similar readings, some so large that they were initially mistaken for underwater mountains, only for them to suddenly move. What is more unsettling is that these encounters suggest a kind of intelligence, an ability to evade detection. Could it be that something has evolved in the depths, something that understands how to remain unseen? Perhaps it is a predator, unlike anything we have ever encountered, one that has perfected the art of remaining hidden from both prey and potential threats. The existence of unknown life in the ocean's darkest places is not just speculation, it is supported by the simple fact that we have barely scratched the surface of what lies beneath. The deep sea is not a barren wasteland. It is a living, breathing world, one that operates under rules we do not yet understand. If there are creatures there that have never encountered humans, creatures that have adapted to an environment beyond our comprehension, then we must ask ourselves, are they as curious about us as we are about them? Or have they already decided that we are not worth knowing? Legends from ancient cultures describe sea monsters that were said to dwell in the deepest waters, creatures that could rise from the abyss without warning, only to disappear just as quickly. Some of these myths describe entities so large that they could darken the sea when they surfaced, their eyes glowing like lanterns in the darkness. What if these stories were not just myths? What if they were memories, passed down from sailors who glimpsed something beyond explanation? The abyssal depths hold their secrets well. If there is something waiting in the blackness, something that has remained unseen for millennia, then it is not by accident. It is by design. The deep ocean is the last true wilderness, a place where humanity's reach ends and something else's begins. For now, the mysteries of the deep remain unanswered. But one thing is certain: if there is something watching from below, something vast and intelligent, it has been there far longer than we have. And perhaps when we finally discover what lies beneath, it will not be the revelation we expect. It may be something else entirely. Something that has been waiting for us to look down so it can finally look back. Part 24. The vanishing deep, lost ships, missing submarines, and the secrets the ocean keeps. The ocean has always been a place of mystery, but some of its most unsettling riddles are not found in the depths of its trenches, or in the creatures that drift through its darkness. Instead, they exist in the things that have disappeared. Ships, submarines, entire vessels swallowed by the sea without a trace, leaving behind only questions that have no answers. The idea of a ship disappearing beneath the waves is not unusual. The ocean is vast, powerful, and unpredictable. Storms rise without warning. Rogue waves can overwhelm even the most formidable vessels, and human error has led to the downfall of countless expeditions. But some disappearances defy all logic, seeming to vanish in calm waters, with no distress signals, no wreckage, no logical explanation. One of the most famous cases of an entire vessel vanishing without a trace was the disappearance of the USS Scorpion, a United States Navy submarine that went missing in 1968. It was a state-of-the-art nuclear-powered sub, designed to be nearly indestructible. On May 22nd of that year, it failed to check in with its home base. The Navy launched an immediate search. No wreckage was found. No distress call had been sent. The submarine had simply ceased to exist. It was only months later, after an extensive deep-sea investigation, that search teams found the remains of the USS Scorpion, more than 10,000 feet below the surface, shattered into pieces. The official explanation suggested a catastrophic failure, perhaps a torpedo detonation, inside the vessel. But the wreckage told a stranger story. Some sections of the submarine appeared twisted, not exploded, as if something had crushed it with immense force, bending the steel hull in ways that did not match an internal explosion. The theory that something external caused the Scorpion's destruction has never been proven, but it raises a haunting possibility. The deepest parts of the ocean are home to pressures so intense that even submarines built to withstand nuclear war are at risk. Could there be forces we do not yet understand lurking in the abyss? Could there be something beneath the waves capable of exerting pressures beyond anything we have recorded, something powerful enough to crush steel as easily as a human hand crushes paper? This was not the first case of a missing submarine under mysterious circumstances. A decade earlier, in 1959, the USS Thresher vanished while conducting deep-sea tests. Unlike the Scorpion, there were reports of strange sounds detected before the sub disappeared, low groaning noises that some experts claimed were unlike anything previously recorded by sonar. Some believed the Thresher had been struck by an unknown force, dragged deeper than its hull could handle. When its wreckage was found, much like the Scorpion, sections of the vessel appeared warped, as if twisted by hands too large for us to comprehend. While military submarines disappearing under strange circumstances is unsettling, the mystery becomes even more unnerving when one considers the countless civilian vessels that have vanished under similarly bizarre conditions. The SS Orang Medan is one of the most terrifying examples of a vanishing ship, a case so unsettling that some believe it borders on the supernatural. The Dutch cargo ship was found drifting off the coast of Indonesia in 1948 after multiple distress calls were sent out. The message was chilling: all officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead, I die. And then silence. When the Orang Medan was finally located, search crews boarded the ship, expecting to find wreckage, perhaps signs of a fire or attack. What they found instead was a horror beyond explanation. Every single crew member was dead, but their bodies were frozen in expressions of pure terror. Their eyes were wide, their mouths twisted in silent screams, their hands clawing at their own throats, as if they had seen something so horrifying that they died in fear. There were no visible injuries, no signs of struggle, and most disturbingly, the ship itself had sustained no damage. It was as if something had entered the vessel, unseen, and simply taken their lives. Before investigators could conduct a full analysis, a fire broke out in the ship's lower deck, spreading so rapidly that the rescuers barely escaped with their lives. Within minutes, the entire vessel exploded, sinking into the depths, taking whatever secrets it held with it. To this day, no one knows what happened aboard the Orang Medan. Some theorists suggest the crew had been exposed to a deadly gas leak, but that would not explain the expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Others propose that the ship had encountered something far more sinister, something that exists beyond human understanding. Then there is the case of the MV Joita, a merchant vessel that left Samoa in 1955 and never arrived at its destination. Unlike the Orang Medan, the Joita was eventually found, but it was completely abandoned, floating more than 600 miles off course. The strangest detail, the ship had plenty of food, water, and working life rafts, yet the entire crew had disappeared. The only clue left behind was a doctor's bag filled with blood-stained bandages, but no signs of a struggle. There was no evidence of an attack, no signs of fire or flooding, no reason for the crew to have left. It was as if they had simply walked off the ship in the middle of the ocean. While skeptics try to explain these disappearances through logical means, patterns begin to emerge that suggest a deeper mystery. Certain regions of the ocean seem to swallow ships at an alarming rate, including places like the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea near Japan, and the Indian Ocean's deep trenches. These areas have reported countless disappearances, many occurring in calm waters with no apparent storms, no distress signals, and no wreckage ever found. The explanations vary. Some claim rogue waves, others blame underwater methane eruptions, but these theories fail to account for the sheer number of vessels that have disappeared without a trace, often in ways that seem deliberate rather than accidental. And then there are those who believe something alive may be responsible. Could there be something in the deep, something that does not attack in a way we understand, but instead pulls entire ships into the abyss, leaving nothing behind? Certain military sonar recordings suggest the presence of massive fast-moving objects deep in the ocean, objects too large to be whales, moving in ways no known marine life should be capable of. These unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, have been reported for decades. Some are described as huge shadowy masses that appear beneath ships before vanishing. Others have been tracked moving at speeds impossible for anything biological, suggesting they operate under physics we do not yet understand. If such things exist, they have chosen to remain unseen. But their presence may already have been felt in the stories of ghost ships, of missing submarines, of vessels that enter the ocean never to return. The ocean is a graveyard of lost ships, and it always has been. But some of those ships did not sink because of human error or natural disasters. Some of them vanished under circumstances that should not be possible. And if the ocean is swallowing ships not by accident, but by design, then we must ask ourselves a far more terrifying question. Who, or what, is waiting for us in the deep?
Part 25. The Whispering Abyss. Are there voices in the deep? The ocean is silent, or so we believe. Beneath the waves, beyond the reach of sunlight, where the world fades into total blackness, sound becomes the only true language. The deep is a place where light does not matter, where sight is useless, where creatures navigate by vibrations, by the echoes of their surroundings, by the delicate tremors that ripple through the cold water. For decades, scientists have been lowering hydrophones into the depths, listening for the natural symphony of the ocean, the clicks of dolphins, the haunting songs of whales, the distant grumble of shifting tectonic plates. But in the process, they have also picked up something else. Sounds that do not belong, sounds that have no known source, sounds that should not exist. In 1997, a low-resonant sound was detected in the Pacific Ocean, picked up by hydrophones positioned thousands of miles apart. It was named the bloop, a noise so powerful that whatever created it had to be larger than any known living creature. At first, some believed it to be the shifting of icebergs, the cracking of underwater glaciers. But the bloop was too complex, too structured, too deliberate. Unlike random geological sounds, it had a pattern, something that suggested intentional movement. The sound was recorded for several minutes before fading into silence. It was never heard again. Scientists tried to explain it away, suggesting it may have been the result of deep-sea pressure changes, thermal shifts in the water.
But those who have studied the recording in detail argue that it closely resembles the calls of marine life, only magnified to an impossible scale. If the bloop was caused by a living creature, then it would mean there is something in the ocean larger than any whale, larger than any known species, something beyond our understanding. And that was only the beginning. Over the years, other sounds have been detected, each more unsettling than the last. One of the most infamous was Julia, a sound recorded in 1999 that resembled a long drawn-out moan, as if something deep below was calling out. The sound persisted for several minutes, echoing through the water like a distant voice lost in the abyss. Unlike the bloop, which was recorded far from any known source of marine life, Julia was detected near a region infamous for missing vessels. Some believe it was the sound of ice moving, but others claim it was something else, something alive. The way the sound faded in and out, as if drifting, suggested movement. It was not the sound of something breaking apart, but rather the sound of something passing by. In 2001, another strange noise was recorded, this time in the South Atlantic. It was named the train, a deep, rhythmic sound that pulsed at intervals, almost like mechanical breathing. What made the train so disturbing was its consistency. It did not change in tone or volume, as natural sounds usually do. It remained constant, steady, like a signal being transmitted. Some theorists suggest the train was the result of an unknown deep-sea geological process, but others argue that it may have been something else, a sound not meant to be heard, a signal not meant to be discovered. The most unsettling of these mysterious ocean sounds, however, was recorded in 2014. It was unlike anything heard before, a sequence of short, deliberate bursts of sound, almost like words being spoken in an unknown language. Unlike the bloop or Julia, which were singular events, this sound repeated itself multiple times over several months. Each time it was recorded, it had slight variations, as if it was responding to something. Some have suggested that these deep-sea sounds are biological in origin, evidence of undiscovered marine life that exists in the uncharted regions of the ocean. But if that is the case, why are these creatures making sounds on such a massive scale? Why do these noises resemble signals rather than simple calls? There is another possibility, one that is far more unsettling. Some researchers believe that certain deep-sea sounds are not random at all. They may be the remnants of an ancient form of communication, a language that has existed beneath the waves for millennia, long before humans even developed speech. In some of the oldest legends of seafaring civilizations, there are stories of voices heard at sea, whispers that come from beneath the water, voices that do not belong to the living. Sailors from as far back as the ancient Greeks told tales of being called to by unseen beings, voices rising up from the depths, urging them to listen. In Norse mythology, there were stories of the Hafgufa, a sea entity that was said to speak to those who dared to venture too far into the unknown. But perhaps the most terrifying accounts come from the modern era, stories from submariners who claim to have heard things in the deep that defy all explanation. One such case was reported in the 1980s, when a Soviet submarine conducting deep-sea operations in the Arctic reported picking up anomalous signals on their sonar. At first, they believed it to be another submarine, perhaps an enemy vessel, but as they continued to listen, they realized that the signals were too irregular, too strange to be man-made. The sounds seemed to follow them, growing louder the deeper they went. Some crew members claimed that the noises resembled voices, but in a language they could not understand, a series of clicks and pulses, like speech distorted by the crushing pressure of the abyss. The submarine surfaced, and the sounds stopped. When they attempted to return to the same location days later, the voices were gone. What makes this case even more chilling is that similar encounters have been reported by other submarine crews, from the United States to Japan. In each case, the sounds were heard at extreme depths, far below the range where any known marine life should be able to vocalize. Could it be that something in the ocean is trying to communicate? Could there be a form of intelligence beneath the waves, one that does not communicate as we do, but through sound waves, through patterns of vibration that we are only now beginning to detect? If there is a language in the ocean, it is one that has remained hidden for millennia. It does not belong to humans. It does not belong to anything we have classified. It is something older, something that has existed in the depths long before we began our conquest of the seas. We do not know what the ocean is saying, but we are listening, and perhaps one day, we will finally understand what the abyss has been trying to tell us. Or perhaps when that day comes, we will wish we had never heard the voices at all. Part 26. The abyss that watches. Are we being observed from the depths? The ocean has always been a place of mystery, a vast and uncharted domain that stretches into the unknown. It is a world we have barely begun to explore, a world so alien that even the most advanced technology struggles to penetrate its deepest layers. And yet, despite our lack of knowledge, there is one question that has persisted throughout history, whispered in the fears of sailors, in the legends of ancient civilizations, and in the accounts of modern explorers. Are we alone in the ocean, or is something watching us from the depths? It is easy to assume that humans are the dominant force on this planet. We have conquered the land, mapped the mountains, charted the skies, but beneath the waves, in the deep dark places of the earth, where light does not reach, the rules are different. Down there we are nothing. We are fragile, small and out of place, intruders in a realm that does not belong to us. And yet every time we send our technology into the abyss, we come back with evidence that suggests something is already there, something that does not want to be seen. One of the most unsettling encounters with the unknown came from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, where a team of deep-sea researchers was using a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, to explore a trench never before visited by human eyes. The cameras on the ROV were state-of-the-art, designed to capture high-resolution images in complete darkness, using infrared and advanced sonar mapping. The vehicle descended, lowering itself slowly into the blackness, passing through layers of ocean so devoid of life that they seemed almost unreal. And then suddenly, movement. At first it was only a shadow, a vague shape flickering in the distance. The operators assumed it was debris, a trick of the light playing against the shifting currents. But then it moved again, closer this time, deliberate, like something observing them. The ROV adjusted its cameras, zooming in on the anomaly, and that was when they saw it. It was impossible to describe, because it did not have a shape that made sense. It was not a fish, not a whale, not anything known to marine biology. It had no definite form, no solid body. It was as if the water itself had taken on intelligence, shifting, adapting, hiding in plain sight. And then just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The ROV's instruments flickered, its cameras briefly went offline, and when the feed returned, the trench was empty. Nothing remained except an eerie silence, a stillness that seemed unnatural, as if something had deliberately removed itself from view the moment it had been discovered. The researchers were baffled. What had they just witnessed? Was it a new species, something unlike anything seen before? Or was it something else entirely, something aware of their presence, something that had chosen to hide? This was not the only time deep-sea technology had encountered the inexplicable. Across multiple deep-diving missions, from the Arctic to the Indian Ocean, ROVs and submersibles have recorded strange anomalies, moving shadows that have no source, glowing orbs that seem to pulse as if alive, patterns in the sand that resemble unnatural markings, too precise to be random formations. In 2017, an autonomous underwater drone deployed in the North Atlantic picked up a series of rapid, unexplainable movements on its radar. The object, whatever it was moving too fast to be an animal, too erratic to be a man-made craft. It darted out of view before the drone could capture a clear image, but in the milliseconds before it vanished, the onboard sonar picked up a faint rhythmic vibration, almost like a low-frequency hum. Scientists dismissed it as an equipment glitch, an anomaly caused by interference from the surrounding environment. But others weren't so sure. The pattern of movement suggested intelligence, an ability to evade detection, to move with purpose. Some researchers have suggested that the deep sea may be home to entire forms of life that exist beyond our understanding, organisms that have evolved in ways that render them almost invisible, either through biological camouflage or through means we have yet to discover. Certain deep-sea creatures, like the glass squid, have evolved to be nearly transparent, their bodies reflecting and refracting light in ways that make them all but invisible to predators. But what if something more advanced had developed similar capabilities? What if there were beings in the ocean that could see us, but remain unseen themselves? The unsettling notion that something in the ocean may be watching us, studying us, avoiding us, is not just speculation, it is a recurring theme in historical maritime records, in unexplained disappearances, in the countless stories told by those who have spent their lives at sea. Sailors throughout history have reported the feeling of being followed, of seeing massive shadowy shapes moving beneath their ships, of hearing unearthly noises rising from the water on nights when the sea was calm. Some claim to have seen eyes staring up at them from the depths, glowing in the moonlight before vanishing beneath the waves. Others spoke of massive dark forms that surfaced for only a moment before disappearing again, as if testing the boundary between the hidden world below and the one above. Even today, with modern sonar and satellite imaging, the ocean remains largely uncharted. Some experts believe that as much as 80% of all marine life has yet to be discovered, and that even the largest known species, like the blue whale, may not be the true titans of the deep. What if the reason we have not found these entities is not because they do not exist, but because they have learned how to avoid us? The technology we have developed to explore the ocean is still primitive compared to the vastness of what lies below. Our sonar can only reach so deep. Our submersibles can only endure so much pressure. Our sensors can only pick up what they are designed to detect. What if there are things in the ocean that exist on a level we cannot perceive? Life forms that operate on frequencies beyond human comprehension. This idea leads to an even more disturbing possibility. If there are beings in the ocean that can see us, but we cannot see them, then the question is not just whether they exist, but what they think of us. Are they simply observing? Are they indifferent to our presence, watching from the shadows as we fumble with our primitive attempts to map their world? Or is there something more deliberate about their actions? There are theories that suggest that certain deep-sea anomalies, missing ships, vanishing submarines, unexplained sonar contacts, may not be accidents. They may be interactions. And if that is true, then it means that something down there is not just watching us, it is reacting to us. The ocean is the last great unknown on Earth, the final frontier of our own planet. But perhaps it is not unknown at all. Perhaps we are the ones who are unknown. Perhaps in the grand scheme of life on this planet, we are the strangers, the visitors, the temporary presence in a world that does not belong to us. And perhaps one day, the things that watch from the deep will decide that it is time for us to finally see them.
Part 27. The Black Unknown. Could there be entire ecosystems hidden in the deep? For all the knowledge humanity has amassed, for all the years we have spent sending probes into space, scanning the farthest edges of the universe, unlocking the secrets of the stars, there is one great mystery we have yet to solve, the one beneath our own feet. The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, yet we have explored less than 5% of its depths. And within that untouched abyss, the possibility of entire ecosystems, entire civilizations of life, exists, completely unseen by human eyes. The idea of an undiscovered ecosystem might sound fantastical, but it is not without precedent. Time and time again, we have been proven wrong about what is possible in the deep. As recently as the 1970s, scientists believed that life in the ocean depended entirely on sunlight. Without the energy of the sun, there could be no food chain. That belief was shattered when hydrothermal vents were discovered, massive geysers on the seafloor, spewing boiling water rich with minerals. Around these vents, scientists found thriving communities of life, creatures that did not rely on the sun, but instead derived energy from the heat and chemicals of the Earth itself. These deep-sea organisms, known as extremophiles, challenged everything we thought we knew about life's requirements. Tube worms, giant clams, blind shrimp, and strange gelatinous creatures lived in these pitch-black environments. Their bodies adapted to the crushing pressures and searing temperatures. But if life could exist in such extreme conditions, what else could be down there? One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for hidden ecosystems comes from subterranean oceanic trenches, places so deep and remote that they remain virtually unexplored. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kermadec Trench are some of the deepest places on Earth. Places where water pressure is so immense that even the strongest man-made vessels struggle to survive. These trenches stretch for thousands of miles, forming subterranean valleys larger than the Grand Canyon, where sunlight has never touched, and where the rules of biology may not apply as we understand them. The possibility that these trenches harbor entire ecosystems, separate from the surface world, has long fascinated scientists. Some researchers theorize that within these isolated environments, life may have evolved independently,
creating species that exist nowhere else on Earth. Fossil records show that the ocean has been home to colossal creatures in the past, like the massive prehistoric shark Megalodon, which dominated the seas for millions of years. Some wonder if such ancient giants could still exist, hidden in deep trenches that serve as natural sanctuaries, keeping them separate from human discovery. But what if the creatures that inhabit these hidden worlds are even stranger? In 1995, a Russian deep-sea research team sent an unmanned probe into the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, one of the deepest oceanic trenches in the Pacific. The probe was equipped with cameras and sonar, designed to map the area and capture any signs of life. The footage it recorded was unlike anything the scientists expected. For the first several hours, the trench seemed empty, devoid of movement, a barren wasteland of rock and sediment. Then as the probe moved deeper, it picked up anomalous shapes, things that moved too smoothly, too deliberately, to be drifting debris. The cameras caught glimpses of long, undulating forms, gliding just beyond the edges of the light. These shapes did not resemble any known marine life. Not fish, not squid, not eels. Then the cameras captured something even more disturbing. In the final moments before the probe's signal was lost, a large, almost translucent shape moved directly in front of the lens. It was featureless, lacking discernible eyes or fins, its body shifting as though made of liquid, yet with enough structure to indicate some form of locomotion. It passed by in an instant, but for that brief moment, the scientists watching the feed saw something else, something deeply unsettling. As the unknown entity moved past the camera, it turned not physically, but in a way that suggested it was aware of the probe's presence. The probe's lights dimmed, flickered, and then the feed went completely dark. The research team never recovered it. This incident is one of many similar accounts from deep-sea expeditions. Unexplained sonar readings, objects too large to be fish, but too agile to be submarines, pulses of bioluminescent light in complex pattern sequences, as if some form of communication was taking place beneath the waves. If there are ecosystems in the deep that remain undiscovered, they may not be limited to simple organisms. It is possible that some of the life in these hidden places has evolved in ways we cannot comprehend. Given millions of years of isolation, free from the interference of predators or environmental changes, it is conceivable that highly complex organisms could have emerged, forming self-contained biospheres that we have yet to observe. And if such creatures exist, would they be passive, or would they be aware? This leads to an even more chilling question. If these deep-sea ecosystems are truly hidden from human knowledge, how do we explain the numerous reports of massive, unidentified creatures rising from the depths? There are countless stories from sailors, explorers, and military personnel who have reported seeing things in the ocean that should not exist. Enormous shadowy figures moving beneath ships, creating massive disturbances in the water before vanishing again. There are accounts of giant, unidentifiable creatures breaching the surface, their forms so bizarre that no known species comes close to resembling them. These stories, once dismissed as sailors' myths, have gained new credibility in the wake of modern scientific discoveries. Deep-sea creatures like the colossal squid and the giant siphonophore were once considered the stuff of legend, yet both have been found in recent years. If the ocean still holds secrets like these, what else could be down there, lurking just beyond our reach? Perhaps even more unsettling is the notion that these hidden creatures, if they exist, are not simply staying hidden by accident. It may not be that we have failed to find them, but that they have chosen not to be found. If an undiscovered ecosystem exists in the depths of the ocean, one that has remained isolated from surface life for millions of years, it may not operate under the same rules we expect. These creatures may not respond to our methods of detection, they may not be drawn to light or sonar, they may not function in a way we can predict. And if that is the case, then we must consider the most unnerving possibility of all. If there is an advanced form of life in the depths, one that has evolved separately from everything we know, it may already be aware of us. It may have been watching us long before we ever began our exploration of the seas. It may know far more about us than we do about it. And if that is true, then the question is no longer whether we will find them. The question is what happens when they decide to reveal themselves to us. Part 28. The depths of madness. What if the ocean itself is conscious? For as long as humans have sailed its waters, the ocean has been feared, revered, and whispered about in hushed tones. It is unpredictable, all-powerful, and seemingly indifferent to those who dare to cross it. But what if the ocean is not indifferent? What if the reason it seems so unknowable, so volatile, so strangely aware of human presence, is because in some way, it is aware? The idea of the ocean as a living entity is not a new one. Many ancient cultures believed the sea was alive, that it had moods, that it could hear, and that it could choose when to take life, and when to give it. The Greeks spoke of Poseidon, the great god of the sea, whose anger could raise storms and sink ships. The Polynesians believed in Tangaroa, a powerful ocean deity who controlled the tides and determined the fates of those who set sail. Even in modern times, sailors often refer to the sea as if it has a mind of its own, warning newcomers that it can sense fear, that it can claim lives without warning, that it is not to be underestimated. At first glance, this seems like nothing more than poetic superstition. After all, the ocean is just water, miles and miles of endless dark water. It cannot think, it cannot choose, it cannot act, or can it? The deeper one dives into the mysteries of the ocean, the harder it becomes to dismiss the notion that something strange is happening beneath the waves. There are reports, thousands of them, of bizarre phenomena at sea, events that have no logical explanation, occurrences that suggest some form of intelligence at play, an intelligence that does not belong to any individual creature, but to the ocean itself. One of the most chilling accounts comes from the experience of deep-sea divers. Those who have spent time in the depths often describe an overwhelming sense of being watched, even when there is no living creature in sight. Some say they feel an unseen presence lurking just beyond their field of vision, something huge and aware, something waiting just out of reach. Others report experiencing sudden, unexplainable panic, as if the very water around them is rejecting their presence. Scientists explain these sensations as a mix of pressure-induced disorientation and sensory deprivation, but not everyone is convinced. Some divers claim they have seen massive shadowy forms moving in the deep, things that are not fish, not whales, not anything known to science. These shapes do not behave like animals. They do not hunt, they do not swim with purpose. Instead they drift, watching, waiting, appearing just long enough to be seen before fading back into the abyss. And then there are the disappearances. The ocean is vast, and people vanish within it every year. Ships sink, storms claim their victims, accidents happen. But there are cases where the circumstances of these disappearances defy all logic. Cases where entire vessels are found adrift, their crews missing without a trace. Cases where submarines vanish in calm waters with no sign of distress. Cases where experienced divers simply never surface again, despite being in controlled conditions with no apparent dangers. One of the most infamous of these cases is the story of the SS Beichimo, a cargo ship that was abandoned in 1931 after being trapped in Arctic ice. The crew expected it to sink, but it did. Instead, the ship continued to drift across the ocean for nearly 40 years, appearing and disappearing without warning, always evading capture, as if it were moving with some unseen force guiding it. Sailors who spotted it often described it as if it were not simply adrift, but actively avoiding detection, vanishing into the fog whenever someone attempted to board it. There is no scientific explanation for why the Beichimo remained intact for so long, or how it managed to appear in vastly different locations without any human intervention. Eventually it was lost for good, swallowed by the Arctic, never seen again. Could it be that the ocean chooses what to take? Could it be that it is capable of influencing reality in ways we do not understand? There have been stranger occurrences. In 2005, a group of marine researchers conducting deep-sea sonar scans in the Pacific reported picking up a massive shifting formation on their instruments. At first they assumed it was a school of fish, or a dense patch of biological material drifting through the water. But as they continued to observe it, they realized it was moving with purpose, changing shape, almost as if responding to their scans. Then, without warning, the instruments failed. The power to the equipment cut out completely, something that should have been impossible, given that the research vessel was running on an independent power source. When they rebooted the systems, the anomaly was gone. This was not the first or last time such an event occurred. Across decades of deep-sea exploration, similar incidents have been reported. Anomalies that move, signals that change frequency, as if responding to observation, electronic malfunctions that seem too deliberate to be coincidence. Some scientists believe this could be evidence of a highly complex biological structure, perhaps a colony of organisms that behaves like a single entity. Others, however, suggest something far more unsettling. What if the ocean itself is alive? Not in the way we traditionally define life, but in some fundamental, incomprehensible sense. What if it is not merely a collection of water and currents, but something aware, something capable of thought, something capable of decision? The idea of a sentient ocean is not without precedent. Theoretical physicists have long speculated about the possibility of non-traditional intelligence, forms of awareness that do not rely on organic brains but instead function as entire systems. Some have even proposed that a planet itself could theoretically be conscious, that intelligence might not be confined to individual beings, but could instead emerge from the interactions of complex networks, oceans, atmospheres, geological formations. If this is true, then perhaps the ocean is not just a body of water. Perhaps it is a mind, one that has existed for billions of years, one that has watched every species rise and fall, one that understands time in a way we cannot comprehend. And if it is alive, then what does it think of us? Some argue that the ocean's actions suggest curiosity, that it studies us the way a scientist studies bacteria, observing our movement, our technology, our attempts to explore its domain. Others believe its behavior is more hostile, that it actively rejects us, swallowing ships, dragging divers into the depths, refusing to be mapped or understood. The truth may be somewhere in between. Perhaps the ocean is neither benevolent nor malevolent. Perhaps it's simply operating on a scale beyond human perception, indifferent to our attempts to explain it. But there is one final thought that lingers, one question that cannot be ignored. If the ocean is alive, if it is aware, has it ever tried to communicate with us? The strange sounds recorded in the deep, the unexplained pulses of energy, the eerie silence that follows certain disappearances. Could these be messages? Could the ocean be speaking to us, but in a language we do not yet understand? And if it is trying to speak, what happens when we finally understand what it is saying?
Part 29. The Abyssal Mind. What if something ancient still lives below? There is a feeling one gets when staring at the open sea, a deep and unsettling awareness of its vastness, its endless reach. The ocean is a world unto itself, stretching beyond the horizon, an entity so massive that it dwarfs the human mind's ability to grasp it. But there is something else about it, something that lingers just beneath that feeling of awe. It is an instinct, a primal response that we cannot explain. The fear of deep water is not just about drowning, nor is it solely about the vast emptiness. It is the feeling that something is down there, something watching, something waiting, something that has always been there. Scientists have mapped only a fraction of the ocean floor, and even then, much of what we have recorded is nothing more than vague approximations. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about our own planet's deep-sea trenches, the blackened rifts that carve through the seabed like ancient scars. And within these unexplored regions there are things we have yet to discover, creatures, anomalies, and if the old stories are to be believed, something much older than we can possibly imagine. There are accounts, stories whispered among sailors, strange encounters that defy all logical explanation of something massive, something beyond the scale of any living creature known to science. These stories are dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales spun by those who have spent too much time at sea. But what if they are not myths at all? Consider the fossil record. We know for a fact that enormous creatures once ruled the ocean, beings so massive that they make modern marine life seem insignificant in comparison. The megalodon, a prehistoric shark that grew to lengths of over 60 feet, once dominated the seas. It was an apex predator, unmatched in its time, its size so colossal that it would have made today's great white sharks look like mere minnows. And yet, despite its reign, it vanished. At least, that is what we believe. There are those who argue that the megalodon, or something like it, may still exist, hidden within the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the ocean. The argument is not entirely without merit. Many species we once thought extinct have been rediscovered in recent decades. The coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, was found alive in the waters off South Africa in 1938. For centuries, it had been presumed to be nothing more than a fossilized relic of a long-dead era until it surfaced, proving that the deep can still hide secrets from us. And yet, even if the megalodon does not exist, what if something far more ancient does?
Deep-sea exploration missions have recorded anomalies that defy classification, sonar contacts that suggest massive moving objects lurking at depths far beyond what should be possible for living creatures. Some of these contacts have been dismissed as schools of fish, as moving geological formations disturbed by currents. But others remain unexplained, blurry shapes moving beneath submersibles, larger than any known species, vanishing into the blackness before they can be fully recorded. One of the most infamous cases occurred in 1963 during a joint naval exercise between the United States and several NATO allies. Multiple warships detected an unidentified submerged object moving at impossible speeds, diving and ascending in ways that defied the capabilities of any known submarine. The object was tracked for several hours, appearing and disappearing on sonar, moving in patterns that suggested it was not a natural occurrence. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The official explanation was equipment malfunction, a convenient excuse that did little to satisfy those who had witnessed the event. Some of the officers present later admitted that the object had seemed intelligent, as if it had been deliberately evading detection, testing the boundaries of human technology before vanishing into the depths. Then there are the reports from deep-sea oil drilling operations, strange encounters at the bottom of the ocean floor. Several workers have described unexplained seismic activity, as if something massive was moving beneath them, shifting the very landscape of the seabed itself. Instruments would pick up sudden enormous pressure changes, as if a vast, unseen force had momentarily disturbed the equilibrium of the deep. And yet, when they searched for the cause, there was nothing there. One particularly disturbing account comes from a group of commercial divers working off the coast of Norway. They were performing maintenance on an underwater pipeline when they saw something move in the distance, beyond the glow of their lights. At first they assumed it was a shadow cast by their equipment, some trick of the water, but then the shadow moved against the current. The men froze, watching as the dark shape grew larger, its form shifting, impossible to define. It did not move like a fish, nor like any animal they had ever seen. It seemed fluid, yet deliberate, as if it were adapting to its surroundings in real time. Then, without warning, it was gone. One of the divers, shaken, later refused to return to work. He described the sensation of being observed, measured, as if something had been studying him, not out of curiosity, but out of something else, something predatory. Could it be that these reports are glimpses of something ancient, something that predates humanity, predates even the dinosaurs? Could there be beings in the ocean that have lived for millions of years, avoiding detection, existing on a scale so massive that we cannot comprehend them? If such creatures do exist, then we must ask ourselves a terrifying question. Why haven't they revealed themselves? Some theorists believe the answer is simple: they do not need to. We are irrelevant to them, a fleeting species that has only just begun to scratch the surface of the ocean's secrets. To something that has lived for eons, we are nothing more than a passing anomaly, a temporary disturbance in a world that has existed long before us and will continue to exist long after we are gone. But what if their secrecy is intentional? What if they know we are here? What if they are waiting, watching, choosing to remain hidden until the time is right? Perhaps they were here before us. Perhaps they are the true rulers of the deep, the silent masters of a world we have only just begun to explore. And if that is the case, then what does that make us? Invaders or prey? If the ocean does contain something ancient, something beyond our understanding, then the question is not whether we will find it. The question is what happens when it finally decides to find us. Part 30. The Unseen Empire. Could an advanced civilization exist beneath the ocean? For as long as humanity has gazed upon the sea, we have wondered what might be hiding beneath its waves. The ocean is a place of mystery, an alien world right here on Earth, one that has barely been touched by human exploration. But what if we are not the only intelligent beings on this planet? What if hidden beneath the crushing pressure of the deep, an ancient and advanced civilization has been thriving in the darkness, completely unknown to us? The idea of underwater civilizations is often dismissed as pure fantasy, the realm of myth and legend. Atlantis, Lemuria, the lost cities of old. These are stories passed down through time, tales of powerful empires swallowed by the sea. But myths have a way of lingering for a reason. Sometimes, they are echoes of something real, fragments of a past that was forgotten, or worse, deliberately erased. As strange as it may sound, modern science has given us reasons to reconsider these myths. In recent years, we have discovered evidence that entire civilizations once existed on land that is now deep beneath the ocean. Vast structures, submerged ruins, ancient roads leading nowhere. These remnants tell a story of a time before recorded history, a time when the sea was not where it is now. Could it be that some of these civilizations did not simply vanish, but instead adapted, moving into the depths to continue their existence in secrecy? One of the most perplexing discoveries in recent decades came from the coast of Japan, where divers stumbled upon an enormous underwater complex now known as the Yonaguni Monument. This vast structure, lying beneath the waves, appears to have man-made characteristics: sharp edges, precise steps, pathways leading through what look like massive courtyards. Mainstream scientists argue that it is a natural rock formation, shaped by erosion over thousands of years. But others are not so sure. The sheer scale of the monument, its geometric design, and the striking resemblance it bears to known ancient ruins suggest that someone built it, someone who lived in an era long before history was written. If an advanced civilization had existed on land before the oceans rose, it is possible that they were forced to flee when the waters consumed their cities. But where would they have gone? If they had technology beyond our understanding, could they have adapted to the ocean itself, evolving, building, surviving in ways that defy what we consider possible? Some researchers have proposed that such a civilization, if it ever existed, would have had to develop a radically different way of life. Air-breathing humans cannot survive long-term in the deep sea, not with our current understanding of biology. But what if this civilization had discovered ways to manipulate their own genetics, to alter themselves in ways that allowed them to withstand the crushing pressures of the abyss? If they had mastered biotechnology, if they had developed materials that could withstand the immense forces of the deep, they might have built entire cities far beyond our reach, hidden within deep-sea trenches, shielded by walls that can endure the weight of the ocean itself. There are accounts, strange, unexplainable encounters, of unidentified submerged objects USOs, massive objects seen rising from the deep, moving at impossible speeds, then vanishing without a trace. Unlike unidentified flying objects UFOs, which appear in the sky, these anomalies emerge from the ocean, rising from the depths, as if they had always been there, waiting. One of the most famous incidents took place in 1967, when a Soviet submarine picked up an enormous sonar contact deep in the North Atlantic. The object was moving faster than any known submarine, its speed surpassing anything human technology was capable of at the time. The crew tracked it for hours before it suddenly accelerated downward at an angle that should have been impossible, disappearing into the depths. The phenomenon of USOs is not new. In fact, military records from the United States, Russia, and other nations are filled with reports of unidentified objects maneuvering beneath the ocean in ways that defy physics. These objects are seen darting through the water at speeds that no conventional underwater craft could achieve, making sharp, angular turns that should tear any known vessel apart. Some have even been witnessed breaking the surface of the water, ascending into the sky, and then disappearing into space, as if they are not bound by the physical limitations of the ocean or the air. The skeptics argue that these sightings are misidentified marine life, natural anomalies, or technological glitches. But the sheer number of encounters, often reported by highly trained naval personnel and backed by radar and sonar data, suggests that something else may be happening. What if these USOs are not extraterrestrial, but something far older, something that has always been here? The ocean is the perfect hiding place. Unlike the sky, which can be watched and monitored with satellites, the deep sea is almost completely inaccessible. Even our most advanced submarines can only reach a fraction of its depths, and much of what lies beyond remains untouched by human exploration. If a civilization had developed the ability to live beneath the waves, whether through technology, biology, or some combination of the two, they would have an entire world to themselves, a world we have barely begun to explore. Some theorists believe that the ocean itself may be a gateway to something even more incomprehensible. There are stories, whispers from ancient texts, accounts from those who have spent time at sea, of strange lights moving beneath the water, of cities that appear and disappear in the mist, of voices that rise from the depths, speaking in languages no one can understand. What if the reason we have not found an underwater civilization is because it does not want to be found? A species that has lived in the ocean for thousands, perhaps millions of years, would have no reason to reveal itself to us. If they exist, they have likely been observing us for centuries, watching as we develop, as we wage wars, as we destroy our own ecosystems. And perhaps they have already decided what they think of us. Some of the strangest reports of USO activity come from areas known as forbidden zones, places in the ocean where ships mysteriously disappear, where electronic equipment fails, where navigation systems go haywire. One such place is the Bermuda Triangle, a region infamous for the unexplained vanishings of countless ships and aircraft. While scientists attribute these incidents to natural causes, magnetic anomalies, methane gas eruptions, unpredictable weather patterns, others believe that something else is at work. Could it be that these forbidden zones are deliberate no-go areas, places where we are simply not welcome? If an advanced civilization does exist beneath the ocean, the implications are staggering. It would mean that human history is not the only history of intelligence on this planet. It would mean that we are not alone, not on Earth, not even in our own oceans. And if they have chosen to remain hidden, then the most terrifying possibility of all is not that we will one day discover them. It is that they may one day decide to step into the light, and when they do, we will realize that we were never the dominant species on this planet to begin with.
Part 31. The Abyss Watches. What if the deep sea is the origin of our oldest fears? There is something about the ocean that stirs a kind of fear unlike anything else. It is not the same as the fear of heights or the fear of darkness. It is something deeper, something older, something woven into the fabric of human consciousness itself. For as long as we have existed, we have told stories of creatures that lurk beneath the waves, of horrors that wait in the abyss, of things that should not be approached, let alone disturbed. But where did these fears come from? The fear of the deep did not emerge in modern times, nor was it the result of simple maritime superstition. It stretches back to the very dawn of civilization, passed down through the myths and legends of nearly every ancient culture. The Babylonians spoke of Tiamat, the primeval sea goddess, a chaotic force that existed before creation itself. The Norse feared Jörmungandr, the world serpent that lay coiled beneath the ocean, waiting for the day it would rise and bring about the end of the world. The Greeks told of the Leviathan, the great beast of the deep, capable of swallowing entire ships whole. Even cultures separated by vast distances, with no contact between them, seemed to share the same fundamental idea that the ocean was home to things beyond human understanding, things that did not belong in the world of men, and perhaps they were right. In recent years, scientific discoveries have forced us to reconsider what we think we know about the deep. Life in the ocean does not follow the same rules as life on land. Deep-sea creatures have evolved in ways that defy logic, developing biological adaptations that make them seem almost otherworldly. There are fish that produce their own light, creatures that generate electricity, organisms that survive under pressures so extreme they would crush a human body in an instant. And then there are the truly inexplicable discoveries, the anomalies that suggest something even stranger might be lurking beneath the waves. Take, for example, the case of the bloop, one of the most infamous unexplained sounds ever recorded. Detected in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA), the bloop was an ultra-low frequency sound that was so powerful it was picked up by multiple hydrophones over 3,000 miles apart. At first, scientists believed it might be the call of some enormous unknown marine creature, far larger than anything in recorded history. But when the sound was analyzed, it did not match the vocal patterns of any known animal. Some researchers speculated that it might have been caused by shifting icebergs or underwater seismic activity, but these explanations were never confirmed. What made the bloop truly eerie, however, was its similarity to biological sounds. Whatever produced it, it seemed alive. The bloop is not an isolated event. Over the years, similar unexplained sounds have been recorded throughout the ocean, some resembling mechanical pulses, others like distorted, inhuman voices. These sounds originate from some of the deepest, most uncharted regions of the sea, places where no known human technology exists, places where no manned expedition has ever gone. If something unknown is producing these sounds, then what is it? There are those who believe that the deep sea is home to an entirely separate branch of life, an evolutionary path that diverged from the rest of the planet's biology millions, perhaps even billions of years ago. Unlike the creatures we know, animals, plants, fungi, this unknown life could be something fundamentally different,
something that does not need sunlight or oxygen, something that has existed in complete isolation since the dawn of time. What if these beings are the reason our ancestors feared the sea? The idea is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Consider how little we understand about the cognitive abilities of marine life. Octopuses, for example, are among the most intelligent creatures on Earth, possessing problem-solving skills, memory, and even what some researchers describe as alien consciousness. They are capable of camouflage so advanced that they can alter their very texture to blend into their surroundings. Some scientists have speculated that if intelligence evolved in an aquatic environment rather than on land, it might develop along lines that are completely different from human cognition. What if there is something even more intelligent down there? It is not unthinkable that deep-sea creatures could possess forms of intelligence that we do not recognize. Intelligence that does not rely on speech, vision, or even the physical senses we understand. If something had evolved in the ocean for millions of years without human interference, it would have had time to develop methods of communication, structures of thought, even entire civilizations that operate on principles we cannot begin to fathom. And if such a civilization existed, why would it reveal itself to us? The more we explore the ocean, the more we find things that should not exist, things that challenge our understanding of biology and physics. There are jellyfish that can regenerate indefinitely, creatures that live without any discernible source of energy, beings that thrive in environments that should be entirely uninhabitable. Some of the strangest discoveries are so unusual that they almost seem designed to evade detection: translucent fish, invisible predators, entities that drift just beyond the reach of our cameras, as if they are aware of our presence and choose to remain unseen. There is a pattern to the stories, the myths, the encounters. The ancient texts speak of gods and monsters that dwell beneath the waves. The unexplained disappearances, the anomalies recorded by sonar, the strange sounds from the depths, all of them point to the same terrifying possibility. The ocean is not empty. Something is down there, something that has always been there, something that does not want us to know it exists. Perhaps the fear we feel when we look at the ocean is not irrational. Perhaps it is not just the fear of drowning, or the fear of the unknown. Perhaps it is something far older, a memory buried deep in the human mind, a warning passed down through generations. A warning that we were never meant to go into the depths, because the depths are already occupied, and the ones who live there are still watching. Part 32. The Silent Observers. Have they always been watching us? There is a presence in the ocean that defies explanation, a feeling, a weight, something that lingers in the abyss just beyond our reach. It is not the familiar fear of drowning, nor the awareness of our own vulnerability in the vastness of the sea. It is something else, something far older, something woven into the subconscious of humanity itself. It is the sense that we are being watched. For as long as people have sailed the seas, they have returned with stories of strange encounters, of glimpses of vast, unexplainable shapes moving beneath the waves, of lights that do not belong, of whispers in the wind that seem to rise from the water itself. Sailors have long spoken of the feeling of unseen eyes observing them from below, a presence that is neither friendly nor hostile, but ancient, patient, waiting. At first, these accounts seem like nothing more than folklore, the product of overactive imaginations, of lonely nights spent at sea. But as these stories accumulate, across cultures, across centuries, across vast distances where no communication was possible, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. They all describe the same thing: a silent force in the ocean, one that does not make itself known but never truly leaves. It does not act, it does not interfere, but it is there. The accounts vary in detail, but one element remains constant: the sense of being watched. In 1492, Christopher Columbus recorded in his ship's log an eerie sight: strange lights in the water that moved with an intelligence that could not be explained. The lights, which he described as glowing orbs, appeared to follow his ship for hours, vanishing beneath the surface whenever his crew tried to observe them closely. The incident was dismissed as a natural phenomenon, but those who were there spoke of an uneasy presence, something that felt alive. Modern sailors, too, report similar experiences. In certain regions of the ocean, particularly in the deepest and most unexplored trenches, crews have described lights that behave unnaturally, as if responding to observation. These lights pulse, shift and move in ways that no bioluminescent organism should be capable of. They appear too structured, too deliberate, not too aware. Some believe these lights are nothing more than unknown deep-sea creatures, species yet to be classified, biological anomalies producing signals mistaken for intelligence. But the way they move, the way they react, suggests something more. What if they are not simply creatures? What if they are probes? The idea of an intelligent species observing us from the ocean is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Human civilization has spent the last century developing sophisticated deep-sea technology, designing submersibles that can withstand the crushing pressures of the abyss. But what if we are not the first to do so? If an intelligent species had evolved beneath the ocean, or if something had settled there long before humans ever walked the earth, it would have had millions, perhaps even billions of years to develop technology beyond our comprehension. And if it had mastered the deep, it would have no need to surface, no reason to reveal itself, no obligation to acknowledge our existence. Some theorists believe that the strange encounters with unidentified submerged objects, USOs, could be evidence of this unseen intelligence. Unlike UFOs, which have been documented in the skies for decades, USOs seem to defy the laws of physics in an entirely different way. They move through the water at speeds that should be impossible, accelerating faster than any known marine vessel. They change direction abruptly, as if responding to something unseen, some unknown force guiding them. In 2019, US Navy declassified a series of encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena, some of which had been observed emerging from the ocean, rising into the sky before disappearing. Pilots reported seeing craft with no visible means of propulsion, no heat signatures, no detectable engines. The objects defied radar tracking, moving in ways that should not have been possible. And yet, they came from the sea. If these objects are not extraterrestrial, then what are they? Could they be the technology of something that has been here far longer than we have? Some researchers have suggested that the deepest parts of the ocean may be home to hidden bases, structures concealed beneath the waves where unknown entities operate far from human interference. These structures, if they exist, would explain the repeated sightings of anomalous craft rising from the depths before vanishing into the sky. One such area of interest is the Puerto Rico Trench, one of the deepest parts of the Atlantic Ocean. Military sonar scans have picked up massive moving anomalies in the trench, objects that appear to rise from impossible depths before disappearing into the abyss. The region is also known for strange electromagnetic disturbances, where navigational instruments fail, compasses spin erratically, and communication signals are lost. If something is down there, it does not want to be found. But what if it is not just hiding? What if it is watching? In the late 1960s, Soviet naval officers reported a disturbing series of encounters in the Pacific. Their submarines repeatedly detected large, unidentified contacts moving beneath them, traveling at speeds no known vessel could match. These sonar operators described the objects as unbelievably fast, almost instantaneous in their movement. On multiple occasions, Soviet subs attempted to pursue the objects, only to find that they were being followed in return. The objects did not engage, nor did they show any signs of hostility. They simply monitored the submarines, matching their movements with eerie precision before eventually disappearing. One captain, shaken by the experience, later remarked that it felt as though they had stumbled into someone else's territory, a territory that had always been occupied, but never acknowledged. What if these sightings are not isolated incidents? What if there is a presence in the ocean that has been watching us since the beginning? Consider the vastness of the sea, the immense regions we have never explored, the countless places where an unknown intelligence could exist completely undetected. If something has lived in the ocean long before humans arrived, it may have watched us evolve, watched us spread across the land, watched as we built ships and dared to cross its waters. Perhaps it has never intervened because it never needed to. But what if something is changing? Over the past century, human activity has reached further into the ocean than ever before. We have mined the seabed, drilled into underwater mountains, explored deep trenches with robotic probes. If there is something in the ocean that has remained hidden for eons, perhaps it is beginning to realize that its anonymity is no longer guaranteed. Perhaps this is why the reports of USOs have increased in recent years. Perhaps this is why military encounters with unidentified underwater craft have become more frequent, more aggressive, more persistent. And if this intelligence, whatever it is, has spent millennia observing, recording, learning, then we must ask ourselves one final question. What happens when it decides to stop watching and finally makes itself known?
Part 33. The depths remember. Are we the first civilization or the next? The ocean has existed for billions of years, shifting, rising, falling, reshaping the world around it. It has swallowed entire continents, erased landmasses from history, hidden the scars of time beneath its waves. In the grand scale of Earth's history, human civilization is barely a flicker, a brief flash of light in an otherwise endless stretch of darkness. We believe that we are the pinnacle of intelligence on this planet, the first species to build cities, to explore, to question, to seek answers beyond our own existence. But what if we are not the first? For centuries, there have been stories, legends passed down from cultures across the world, of civilizations that came before us, advanced beyond what we understand, now lost beneath the sea. Atlantis, Lemuria, the sunken temples of the Pacific, the drowned cities whispered of by ancient sailors. They are dismissed as myths, as exaggerations, as symbolic tales meant to explain natural disasters. And yet, as we explore deeper, as we uncover more of what was thought to be long forgotten, the question becomes harder to ignore. What if these stories are not myths? What if they are warnings? There are ruins beneath the sea that defy explanation. Structures that by all accounts should not exist, resting at depths that would have required sophisticated engineering to construct. The Yonaguni Monument, off the coast of Japan, with its precisely cut steps, its impossibly aligned terraces. The Bimini Road, near the Bahamas, a series of massive stone slabs that resemble an ancient causeway now lying silent beneath the waves. The Gulf of Camphate, off the coast of India, where sonar scans revealed the remains of what could be a city older than any known civilization, a city that, if confirmed, would rewrite human history. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these findings, offering explanations of natural formations, coincidences of erosion, misplaced artifacts. But some researchers argue that the evidence is too compelling, too precise, too deliberate. If an advanced civilization existed before recorded history, then rising sea levels and shifting tectonic plates could have hidden all traces of their existence, burying their greatest achievements beneath thousands of meters of water. But if they were truly advanced, if they had knowledge beyond what we possess today, then where did they go? Some believe they were wiped out, destroyed in a catastrophe so immense that it reset civilization itself. The Great Flood appears in the myths of nearly every ancient culture, a story of water rising, of land sinking, of the world before being washed away in a moment of divine reckoning. Whether it was a natural disaster, a shifting of the planet's climate, or something else entirely, the effect was the same. The world changed. The old civilizations disappeared, and humanity started over, forgetting what came before. But what if not all of them were lost? If an ancient civilization had time to prepare, if they had the means to escape the destruction, then they may have sought refuge in the only place that remained untouched, the ocean itself. We assume that human progress moves in a straight line, from primitive beginnings to modern technology, but history is not so simple. It is cyclical. Empires rise, empires fall, knowledge is gained and then lost. What if the civilization before us was not primitive at all? What if they had reached a level of understanding that we can only dream of? If they had mastered bioengineering, adaptation, the manipulation of their own bodies to survive in extreme conditions, then perhaps they did not vanish. Perhaps they became something else. Consider how little we know about the deepest parts of the ocean. We have explored only a fraction of it. The rest remains a mystery, an uncharted abyss that could hold secrets we have never imagined. If a civilization had retreated there, had adapted, had changed over generations to become something that no longer resembled what we call human, then they would not need to return to the surface. They would not need air, nor light, nor the fragile structures of land-based cities. They would have evolved into something completely different, and perhaps they have been watching us ever since. There are stories, scattered throughout history, of encounters with beings from the sea. The Dogon tribe of West Africa speaks of the Nomo, amphibious beings that came from the depths to teach humanity the secrets of the stars. Ancient texts from Mesopotamia describe Oannes, a godlike figure who emerged from the ocean to share knowledge with early civilizations, only to retreat back beneath the waves. In nearly every corner of the world, there are tales of beings that dwell in the deep separate from humanity, yet somehow connected to us. Could these myths be echoes of something real?
Could they be the remnants of a time when the surface world and the oceanic world were not so separate? Even in modern times, the encounters continue. Fishermen tell of creatures that should not exist, glimpses of humanoid figures moving through the depths, disappearing before they can be fully seen. Some describe hearing sounds beneath their boats, unearthly voices whispering through the water, signals that cannot be explained. And then there are the missing ships. For centuries, vessels have vanished under mysterious circumstances. The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea near Japan, the countless smaller disappearances scattered across the ocean. Some can be explained by natural forces, storms, rogue waves, human error, but others defy all logic. Crews are found missing, their ships completely intact. Distress signals are never sent. It is as if they were taken, plucked from existence by something we cannot see. What if these disappearances are not accidents? If there is something in the ocean that predates us, something that has lived in the abyss for untold millennia, then perhaps it has no reason to fear us. Perhaps it does not see us as equals, but as intruders. Perhaps the ocean is not ours to explore. It is theirs, and they are simply tolerating our presence. But what if they are beginning to change their minds? In the past century, human technology has advanced at an unprecedented rate. We have sent submarines deeper than ever before. We have mapped parts of the ocean floor that were once unreachable. We have begun to unlock secrets that have remained hidden for eons. And if they are watching, then they have seen this. Perhaps they were content to let us believe we were alone. Perhaps they did not see us as a threat until now. But as we dig deeper, as we push further, as we close in on the places they have kept hidden, they may no longer have the option of staying silent. What happens when we go too far? If there is an intelligence in the ocean, one that has existed long before us, then it has had time to study us, time to learn our weaknesses, time to prepare for the moment when we inevitably discover the truth. Perhaps we have already reached that point. Perhaps that is why the sightings are increasing. Perhaps that is why we are seeing more unidentified objects rising from the sea, moving with impossible precision, disappearing before we can understand what they are. They are not revealing themselves. They are warning us. And if we do not heed that warning, we may soon learn that we were never the first civilization to rise upon this planet. But we could be the next one to fall. Part 34, The Last Threshold. What happens when we finally cross the line? For as long as humans have explored the ocean, we have treated it as an untamed frontier, a place to conquer, to navigate, to exploit. We have sent vessels across its surface, drilled into its depths, and probed its hidden trenches. Yet no matter how far we push, the ocean remains a force beyond our control. It takes what it wants, it gives nothing freely, and it holds its secrets with an unwavering grip. We have always seen ourselves as its masters, believing that it is only a matter of time before we uncover everything that lies beneath its waves. But what if we are not the ones making the rules? The ocean is not like land. It does not allow itself to be mapped and claimed in the way continents do. It is fluid, shifting, ever-changing, never fully ours. It has never belonged to us, and perhaps it never will. But what if it is not just an untamed wilderness? What if there is something in the deep that has drawn the boundaries long before we ever arrived? Some places in the ocean seem to resist exploration in ways that go beyond natural obstacles. There are trenches too deep, caves too vast, structures hidden beneath layers of darkness that seem almost deliberately concealed. In these places, our technology fails. Sonar returns garbled readings. Compasses spin in endless circles. Submarines designed to withstand crushing pressures are suddenly crippled by forces we cannot explain. It is almost as if something does not want us there, and yet we keep pushing. In the past century, our advances in deep-sea exploration have accelerated at an unprecedented rate. We have sent unmanned vehicles into the Mariana Trench, capturing images of landscapes that resemble alien worlds. We have detected unexplained heat signatures at depths where no volcanic activity should exist. We have recorded sounds so unnatural, so out of place, that they defy classification, bursts of frequency that resemble no known marine life, pulses that are too rhythmic, too intentional. What if we are no longer just observing? What if we are interfering? There are reports, unverified, classified, whispered about in circles of those who work closest to the ocean, of expeditions that have gone silent, of research missions that have returned with missing crew members, unexplained damage, records that have been altered or erased. There are even stranger rumors, stories that never make it to the surface, of submersibles that descend and never come back, of signals lost in the abyss, of divers who report seeing something moving just beyond the reach of their lights before their feeds go dark. These stories are always dismissed. Equipment failure, psychological stress, misidentification of natural marine life. But there are too many accounts, too many overlapping details from people who have never met, working in different parts of the world, experiencing the same unexplainable things. And then, there is the pattern. Every time we push further into the deep, there is an increase in unexplained activity. More sightings of unidentified submerged objects, more military encounters with high-speed anomalies that defy known technology, more interference with communication systems, as if something is jamming signals, watching what we are doing, monitoring our progress. There is an unsettling possibility that arises from all of this. What if we are not discovering the ocean? What if we are trespassing? The rules of land are clear, borders are drawn, nations define their territories, laws dictate who can go where. But the ocean has no laws, at least not for us. But what if it does for them? What if there has always been an unseen order beneath the waves, a structure we have never been aware of? And what if, without realizing it, we are breaking that order? Throughout history, when explorers arrived in lands already inhabited by others, the results were often devastating. Cultures clashed. Wars were fought, entire civilizations were wiped from existence, whether through violence or disease, or sheer imbalance of power. The ones who arrived saw themselves as superior, believing they had the right to claim what they had found. But to the ones who were already there, these invaders were a threat, something that needed to be confronted before they could take too much. If something exists in the ocean, something older than us, more advanced than us, something that sees itself as the rightful inhabitant of this world, then what would it think of us? Would it see us as explorers, or would it see us as intruders? And if we are intruders, then how long will it allow us to remain unchecked? Perhaps for thousands of years they did not care. We were small, insignificant, land-bound creatures that barely touched the ocean's surface. But now, we are digging deeper, sending our machines where no light has ever reached, gathering knowledge that was never meant to be found. We have treated the ocean as an unclaimed void, a resource to be plundered, a mystery to be solved. But if something else has always been there, then the ocean is not unclaimed, it is occupied. And we are getting too close. Imagine for a moment that the unknown civilization lurking beneath the waves, if it exists, is not waiting for us to find them. Imagine that they are waiting for us to reach a threshold, a point where we have gone too far, where our knowledge becomes too great, where our presence becomes a violation rather than an inconvenience. If we cross that threshold, what happens next? There is one final, terrifying possibility that few have dared to consider. What if they are not just watching? What if they have already begun preparing for our arrival? We assume that any hidden force in the ocean, any intelligence, any species beyond our own, is simply observing, studying, remaining hidden. But what if in their eyes, we have already crossed the line? What if the disappearances, the anomalies, the interference, are not just warnings? What if they are preemptive measures? The greatest mistake in human history may be believing we are alone in our own oceans. Because if we are not alone, if there is something else down there, then the ocean is not a mystery waiting to be solved. It is a boundary that we were never meant to cross, and if we do, we may learn that the ocean is not just deep. It is guarded, and the ones who guard it may not be willing to share it with us.